Hey, cool.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome. You are on the mountain with Rick, and it is time for some Splinterlands. But first, coffee. And y'all might have just heard a little giggle in the background. We got a special guest today. Let me fix my camera because I don't know what the heck is going on here. But why don't you go ahead and say hello? We got Gathering the Magic in the house tonight. Not to be confused with Magic the Gathering, which is also an awesome card game, but one that we're not playing here because they ain't got no Web 3 version, right?
Yep, we are just proud owners of fine luxury digital rectangles here on the channel. And I want to give a shout out to the Magic Historian. That's where I kind of got that intro from that I've used a couple times on my channel.
Yeah, I loved actually like one of the first names when I kind of started working out into the greater kind of community. And one of the first names that I saw that really just made me chuckle was Gathering the Magic, and I was like, oh, that is well fucking played right there. It's like I know
That's
exactly
actually
where
that's
you
actually
came
what we're
from.
doing.
I know exactly your sense of humor, and I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, well, even as you can tell by my icon on the screen that I'm a Magic the Gathering collector. Just a little bit of background. I started collecting Magic slightly after college, around the time of Revised and Ice Age, just as Magic was kind of becoming more mainstream, and started collecting for a few years. Got out of it around 2000, and back into it around 2013. Basically, just watched Rudy from Alpha Investments.
I know
Um,
Rudy.
yep, you know Rudy. Love his style, love his sense of humor, and got back into collecting. Never really been much of a Magic player, just more of a collector.
Oh, really?
Um,
Okay.
Yep. Even back in the 90s, I was big into collecting sports cards. Just addicted to opening packs, ripping them open, trying to get that autograph or chase card. For me in Magic, it was just trying to put complete sets together. So I remember, many days of going to our hobby shop in Kalamazoo and getting packs or boxes of cards and, bringing them home and opening them and trying to put a set together. So,
Kalamazoo. So you're also Michigan.
yep.
All right,
Yep, up here in
that's
Michigan.
another point of contact for us, which is great. I started with Magic back in '94, uh, late alpha, early beta days, and
Okay.
I was always a player. Like I would collected. When the first time I got out of Magic, I did have a full set of Alpha, including
Oh.
all of the power and all of the duels. Because I do have a little bit of that collector mentality to me. Although, in all honesty, like I'm a player, not a collector. I want all
Hmm.
of the cards so that I have all of the options, not because I just want all of the cards to have them. If that makes sense to you.
Did you use the past tense and say had alpha?
Yeah, I've actually sold my entire Magic the Gathering collection 5 times. Actually, six now.
Oh,
I've
wow.
gotten out of the game and quit and sold everything multiple times, and kicked myself for it every time. This last time, a little bit less so because it was kind of intentional. It was like all right, I kept all of my decks this time, and it wasn't like just kind of lost interest in the hobby and sold my cards to go piss it away and party and whatnot. It was more of a I had bills that needed to be taken care of,
Yep.
and
Yep.
so took advantage of the ability to do that. And I still have my decks. Like I sold like 15,000 extra cards that were just kind of sitting in the closet, taking up space and collecting dust. And I've still got all of the decks that are actually together, and I didn't take any of them apart or whatnot. It's all fully complete decks, and then it was just the kind of the chaff that I got rid of. And it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, when it comes time to build another deck, I will just buy the cards I need for the deck.
Yep. And that's what you do. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, I've sold a majority of my Magic collection the last 2 or 3 years. Kept sealed boxes just because I think long-term investment.
Oh yeah.
As you know, they reprint Magic cards over and over and over again, but you can't reprint a box.
No.
And hung on to. I have the only I think complete sets I have. I have a revised set. I have a dark set. Um, Beta common set. Some antiquities and legends. Those I'm hanging on to. But like a lot of the newer cards that I have left, I'll probably just sell, one by one as, I get more into Splinterlands. If I ever decide, hey, I want to buy a ton of SBS or something, I'll just,
Do you
sell
have
some
an
of my
alpha or
collection.
beta lightning bolt?
Not an alpha. I do have a beta because I do
If
have a complete beta common set.
oh, okay, do you have a beta bolt aside from that?
I don't think so. I think the only extras I have, actually, I have the box right by me within reach.
Because like I would not want to break up the beta common set, um, but like if you have a solo bolt that were to ever come up for availability, like
Okay.
dibs, let me know on that shit because I collect bolts. I've got like
Okay.
47 different bolts. And
Okay.
alpha and beta are the ones that like two of them, the big ones that I don't have.
Okay.
I've got a double signed Christopher Moeller um, one where it was signed and then it kind of wore off, so it was signed again at another event.
Oh, wow.
I've got some blacked out bolts. I've got the Magic Fest Players Reward bolt, the
Okay.
first textless bolt that they ever made. And then I've got some crazy ass custom bolts. I've got some blackout bolts that I've done. Like I have a shit ton of bolts. I also have almost every Hydra ever printed. Like
Oh,
those
wow.
those are my two cards that like I love lightning bolt. And actually I don't know if you can see on the if you're on the stream or whatnot, but I actually have a lightning bolt in my phone case.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like and it's funny because actually like I've made friends over that. Like I lost my phone one time is sitting on the side of the sidewalk, and when I realized it I ran back out there and whatnot. I get to where it is and people had just picked it up. They were looking at it like grabbing my license so that they could try and get a hold of me, and of course my license did not have my correct address on it or anything like that, so it was very good that I caught up with them when I did. But they also happened to notice that there's a lightning bolt in the phone case, and so we got to laughing about that and kind of got to playing some after that and whatnot, and fun times.
Oh, that's cool.
So what's your deck? If or do you not play at all?
I really don't play hardly much at all. My favorite color is green, so I always liked the huge creatures, and green's my favorite color, so that's probably why I liked. I'm thinking Splinterlands now. I almost want to call him the Green Splinter.
Right.
But
Yeah, I also yeah, green for Magic and green for Splinterlands are both of them. I like the way green Magic plays. I actually don't care for green as a color. It is like my least favorite color in real
mhm.
life. Um, I've always said I only really like two colors of green: one that I smoke and the other one that I spend.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I know you have to like green for money.
Yeah. Um, but even that, like, I'm Canadian, so.
Okay.
But yeah, it's crazy how much fun you can have with all of the different ways to play Magic, and that's one thing that I feel like honestly could be developed in Splinterlands a little bit more. Because we do have, the five splinters, or the five elemental splinters, and then dragon and neutral, and I feel like there could be a lot more differentiation between them. I feel like they could really uh, take a kind of a page out of Magic's book in the usage of the color pie.
hmm
Cause I feel like there's a little bit of it, like none of the death summoners have a positive effect.
Yeah.
And it's very rare that you actually find tank heal in death. And like I feel like both of those are very on theme, and I love that, and they should stick with that. But I feel like they should also start doing that more with the other splinters. Because I feel like especially like earth and water, they almost feel the same. I mean, there's
Yeah.
definitely monsters that are different in between the two of them, but overall, like, you've got a really good magic team, you've got a really good physical team, and you've got a really good range team on both of them. And, like, aside from that, and of course, you start talking about the epic summoners, then yeah, things get a little bit different. But as far as like the baseline, those two splinters feel very much the same. And like fire, well, it really doesn't have that strong magic team. It also
No.
doesn't have any kind of magic summoner, but that differentiation isn't really all that kind of cogent either.
Yeah. One thing I was kind of surprised that they did with the Soulbound reward cards is it's very difficult for the Death Splinter or Fire Splinter to deal with Kelia because of the armor, because Fire and Death really don't have any ways of adding armor until the Soulbound cards. Now you have a red card and a Death card that both add armor to your team. So I was kind of surprised by that. So to me,
I'll
it seemed like they were trying to blend the splinters together as far as abilities.
and I will say also, like, as far as the new summoners go for the Soulbound reward cards, I don't really care for them as a group. The only one that really stands out to me is actually Etern and Brune, because the -2 armor doesn't really matter on any of the other splinters that have it, but it really, really fucking does in red because they don't have the good magic options. So
Yeah.
red just gets shut the fuck down by 1 or 2 armor on everybody until all of a sudden your summoner says, nah, strip
Yep.
2 off of all of y'all motherfuckers and let's
Hmm.
go. Like, he is the only one that I'm actually like, oh, okay, no, that's a good summoner for his team, even aside from the whole gladiator thing. And then when you combine that with the fact that red is also one of the few splinters that has a bloodluster available, and so now you're talking about in ranked you can double stack bloodlust, or in brawls you can triple stack bloodlust, or once the rule set comes out, if you go really crazy in a guild brawl with a turn and brood and the right rule set, you can quadruple stack bloodlust in 99 mana. Like, that shit's gonna be nuts if you
Yeah.
can make it work.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Have you do you own like all the Soulbound summoners yet, or are you
Oh
still trying
fuck,
to
not
pull
even
those?
close.
No, me
Not
neither.
even close. I have a gold level 3 Lob Lowland. I have a level 2 regular Lob Lowland. I've got a level 2 Etern Brune, and I have a level 1 of the here we go. Just go to summoners. Level 2 Etern and Brood, level 2
Okay.
Pembroke Nymph, level 2 Lob Lowland, level 3 Gold Lob Lowland, level 1 Franz Roughmane, level 1 Octavia Shadow Meld, and I haven't gotten a Helios Matriarch at all yet.
Okay. Now you play, is it mostly in gold or diamond, or is it higher?
I gold throughout the season, diamond at the end of the season.
Okay.
So the only one I've really used at all is every once in a while I'll sneak a Lob Lowland,
Mm-hmm.
which does tend to work out fairly decently because I also have Fungus Flinger and Quora. So when I can put a Fungus Flinger
Oh,
in between
jeez.
Quora and Runemancer Flore in something like an opportunity match, and so it's the first thing that dies, and then I can bring it back to life so that it dies again, and then Quora starts to go, and then starts
Oh,
getting
jeez.
bloodlust. Like, yeah, it can get pretty fucking nuts.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're the person I definitely don't want to play. She's bad enough, and now you're gonna martyr her twice. No. Uh, yeah, on my $10 account, I've kind of been documenting this every day when I open my chest. When I do get cards, which is very rare, it's supposed to be 33%, and I think right now I'm averaging about 20% of cards. I do have, let's see, the Dragon Summoner. I don't have the Fire. I think I have the Earth. But I've done fairly well with the Dragon Summoner. Just having one BCX of her in Bronze has helped me out a lot. Just being able to throw in a Gladiator. I don't think I've actually played a match against her in bronze, which I'm surprised.
On the one hand, I'm surprised because yeah, especially for bronze, because you don't even have a dragon option as a ghost, right?
Hmm.
Um, and then like even the like the nifty decks that they're making, do they include quicks? I'm not sure
I
about
haven't
that
checked that
actually.
out.
I'm actually in the middle of writing a blog post about getting started using Nifty, so that would be a good thing to look into for me to be able to
Yeah.
know so I can talk about it.
Hmm.
But yeah, like having a dragon summoner in bronze is definitely one of those things that is super helpful because I remember like when I first switched over to modern. After selling all my cards, is like the only summoner that I had was Lux, and trying to fight through novice was I was just getting
Oh,
slobber knockered.
yep.
And then, people were watching me because, of course, all of my playing is live streamed basically. And my audience was getting frustrated along with me. And then one of the guys was just like, "Here," and he sent me some DEC, and he's like, "Go fucking rent Kitty." The next day, I was silver one.
Oh wow. Yeah,
Like,
that'll do it.
she makes a big difference.
Hmm.
It was pretty freaking nuts. But yeah, it's like it's having any dragon summoner at all makes your life a whole lot easier in the lower rankings, especially. And
Yeah.
then yeah, the ability to add in those gladiators as well. Like I'm not super impressed with it overall. I think it's going to be a really cool trick to pull out once in a while. I think it's going to be cool that over time you are going to be able to put together a full complement of summoners to where you can at least play in any given situation except for Little League, um, with those summoners that are provided. But I feel like they're not actually impressive.
No, no, and I don't think they're supposed to be. Being soulbound and kind of just ones that you can't sell at least at the moment. They purposely made them a little bit weaker than normal, which is fine. But it is cool that they added the gladiator ability. And like I said, for me, for a free to play account, my biggest obstacle for renting is always summoners. I started, when they had the old reward cards, my strategy was just to get the reward cards to level 3 for the commons and 2 for the rares and epics. And then my only cost was the summoners. Well, now, if I can get lucky and get them in chests, I won't even have to worry about that cost, and that'll save me a little bit on rentals.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm. Yeah, it's definitely not nothing that is now a viable plan. I mean, it's still
Mhm.
not the easiest thing in the world,
Nope.
but it can be done. So
Mhm.
I like the fact that that is an option, and that's kind of the crux of what I'm writing about as well with that article. Is like, okay, well, so you're getting started and you're brand new. You don't know what to do yet. Well, this is what you want to do, getting started, and kind of take it from there.
Mhm. So how long do you think before they nerf the drop rates for the higher leagues for cards? Because it seems like Diamond and Champion are getting a ton of cards in just
Um,
what, the first season?
yeah, that's a good question to which I don't have a great answer because I have no idea. It's gonna be interesting to see how things play out like that because yeah, there's a definitely. I mean, I can't even begin to count now the number of times on Twitter I see people posting their daily rewards and they've got, 3 gold foil legendaries coming out of one chest. I've even
I
seen
know that
people
that
posting it.
definitely is going to get nerfed, I think.
Yeah, and I've even seen people post, 3 gold foil legendaries out of one chest and 3 gold foil legendaries out of another chest in the same damn day. Like 6 gold foil legendaries out of 2 chests in one day, and it's like that's not okay. That's not
Yeah.
even close to reasonable.
And just so people know, in comparison, I've tracked on my bronze account 24 days now that I have opened chests. I usually average 10 or 11. I've opened 294 chests and I've only gotten a total of 59 cards. So right around 20%. Of course, in bronze, you can't get multiples. So it's just been really tough in bronze.
Yeah, I don't have any kind of notes like that strong. Oh, we might actually have this. Holy monkey, we do. That was a close game. I can't believe we actually eked that out.
Oh, that's where you start sweating, and then at the end, when you kind of realize that you won, it's like, yes.
Yeah, especially I've been on a pretty bad losing streak right now. I lost to the same dude in tournaments 3 times in a row, and I'm
Oh,
only
geez.
in 2 tournaments. So
Uh,
that was I turned around and posted on Twitter. I was like, "Hey, I figured out a secret to know 100% who's gonna take first in any tournament. It's the person I have to play twice."
no, jeez.
Because I mean, he's like 3 games up on second right now in one of the tournaments. The dude that I
Okay.
just played twice, but yeah, fun times. Are you on the QA server?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Have you seen anybody on Splinterlands TV or whatnot? Any conversations around Lily?
No. I want to get more on Splinterlands TV. I was actually thinking about that earlier today. Every once in a while, I'll get in my recommended feed. Halazor is on Splinterlands TV, and I'm like, I gotta check him out sometime because
Oh
all I
yeah,
get to see are his replays on YouTube.
Holozor is amazing. Holozor is actually the reason I have a deck to play. Holozor plays modern, so I have all of his wild cards.
Oh, cool.
And that's only going to last until land. So honestly, as much as I've been, in that camp of one land because it's good for the game, and I know that's what we need to fix our economy. But
Hmm.
land can continue to take its sweet time to get here because I like playing with all of these cards.
Yeah, I think one thing that people really need to think about, especially people that own a lot of land plots, are I know everyone wants to get max monsters just to stake on their land, but you really need to know what type of land you have before you go gung ho on getting all these monsters because I think one of the things that they talked about was there's 14 different land types, and two of each land type are going to be for a specific splinter. Like, just a guess would be that the plains and the hills will probably be for the life splinter. So let's say I own 5 plots. If I open my 5 plots and survey them, and they're all hills and plains, and yet I bought a bunch of death and earth and water splinter monsters, they're probably not going to do me much good on the land.
Yeah, I mean, anything is still going to be better than nothing, to be
Yeah.
sure. But yeah, there's definitely going to be some optimization there, and I feel like there's probably still going to be, because I mean, a lot of people right now are like, oh, there's too many cards, there's too many cards, there's too many monsters, there's too many monsters. No, there's not
Nope.
enough for land. There is
Mm-mm.
still literally not enough to actually cover land with 5 max monsters on every plot. Like, that cannot be done. There is not even close to enough summoners to put a max summoner on every plot. Like, we can't even get halfway there yet. And granted, all of these numbers are before the Soulbound reward cards, but they haven't changed things that much yet. Now, by the time this print run is done, it'll probably be significantly closer, but it's still not going to be there, you know?
Yeah.
And so I feel like there's probably even those that are, loading up right now on max level monsters, and some of them are going to be ones that they can't use. There's still going to be a good investment that they can turn into the things that they need, uh,
Oh.
better
Yeah.
than waiting until then.
Oh, definitely. And if anything else, if they decide that, hey, I can't use this summoner, or this max monster on my plot of land, I've got the wrong splinter, you're definitely going to be able to rent it out because people are going to need them.
Absolutely. I just realized that my cat is trapped in the office. I will be right back. I gotta let him out.
Okay.
Silly guy. You know I'm live. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay. So one of the predictions that I just thought about talking about land and monsters and all that and cards and how people are like, oh, there's just too many cards and we made the huge mistake of burning Chaos Legion packs. Is my prediction is 12 to 18 months from now, you're going to have a large majority of the community screaming at Matt and Aggie and everyone else, will you guys please print more cards? Will you please come out with another set? There's nothing on the market. The market is bare. The cards that are there are so expensive. Will you please print 30 million or whatever many packs? It's
So
it's
you
going to be the complete opposite of how it is now.
you don't think Rebellion's going to be out within the next year, or do you
I think
think?
Rebellion's going to be out, but I think Rebellion's going to be just swooped up and gone.
Oh, okay.
As soon as they come out, especially if they release a print run, which I hope they don't. I hope they don't say, "Oh, there's going to be
Yeah,
5 million packs or 10 million packs." Yep, they're going to be gone.
I would much rather see it be a time based thing, time
Yep.
based airdrops. Like I've seen that uh, put forth in the community a lot, and I do feel like that would be a much better way to do it. Especially if they're if they're going to commit to this 9 months on, 3 months off, then make it 9 months.
Yep.
Like we're not burning any packs. We're just gonna
Yep.
sell these packs for 9 months. You're gonna get your
Hmm.
airdrops this date, 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 and then when it's done, it's done.
Yep. Exactly.
And I
I
feel
mean,
like
that's what Magic does. They release a set and say, "Hey, we're going to print it for, 18 months, 24 months, whatever." And when it's done, it's done.
yep,
Don't pigeonhole yourself into, oh, we're only going to print this many packs. If you sell out too quickly, you're screwed. If you print too many, then you have to burn them. It's like just say, hey, January 1st to June 30th or whatever, this set's going to be out. We'll take a 3 month break and then the next set will be out.
yeah. Or if you are gonna do a print run, then honor it. Like don't
Yeah.
after a while be like, oh shit, we need to print more, or don't be
Hmm.
like, oh shit, we printed too much, we're gonna burn them. If they end up being on the market for 2 years, so be it. Like if
Be
you
it.
said we're gonna make 10 million packs of this, then sell the 10 million packs and just let it ride until whenever, and adjust your print runs on the next ones. But eventually you're going to get to the point where, like, yeah, okay, maybe in a year Rebellion is already sold out, Rift Watchers is already sold out, there's still Chaos Legion packs. Well, if you want to get involved, get Chaos Legion packs.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially where Weirdbeard has really been pushing for different formats of tournaments. And I think he even mentioned at some point working on doing draft tournaments.
Oh my
I don't know
god, I
why they would
cannot
want to
wait for
bird
fucking draft
packs.
mode.
If we could do draft mode in this game and somehow let the Magic the Gathering community know that, hey, you can play draft mode on here just like Magic. You can own your cards. Yeah, we would get a huge slice of the Magic community over here, I think.
Yeah, I feel like that is the biggest way that we would be able to successfully outreach to a majority of the Magic population. I mean, there's definitely a significant portion of them that are already here, because
Yeah.
the similarities are not non-existent.
Hmm.
There's definitely a lot of overlap between the games, and yet at the same time, the whole auto battler nature of Splinterlands is very different in actual gameplay from Magic. Like there is
Yeah.
no version of Magic that really comes close to what Splinterlands actually is. And so there is, while there's a lot of overlap, there's also a fairly large, bridge that new players need to cross. And I feel like there are some other games like Skyweaver and Gods Unchained that might be a little bit closer to Magic in actual gameplay, and therefore kind of a more natural fit at first glance. But I feel like Splinterlands has the superior game to
Yeah,
both of those.
definitely.
And so, like, those that actually look into it, this is where they would end up. That's why, I'm here. But
Hmm.
yeah, I think draft mode is definitely the number one way to reach out to them. And I feel like they are the number one target for where we should be looking for actual players. Because What
Hmm.
we need is new blood, and it's not just new people coming in. We need players, not investors. I mean,
Yep.
investors are good; they help the economy and whatnot. I'm not saying that investors are a terrible thing and we need to get rid of them, but that's not who we need to be trying to appeal to. We
No,
need to be
and
appealing to gamers.
targeting Magic the Gathering players like yourself, they're not afraid to spend money on decks, and they are used to spending hundreds of dollars, if not thousands of dollars, to be competitive in tournaments. So you're bringing in basically collectors and investors all in one
Exactly.
package.
Exactly. But yeah, it's got to be people that actually want to play and care about
Yep.
the game, cuz investors are, that's bot farms. That's exactly that same
Hmm.
problem of people who are extracting value without adding any. And obviously for investors that's not quite the same thing because they are putting in a lot and that does help the ecosystem to run. But if you're not here for the game, you're only here for profits, then at some point you're still extracting the value rather
Yep.
than actually, putting the game forward. Either
Hmm.
that or you're a really bad investor because you're not taking your profits and you're going to watch your investment go to zero eventually. Like, I'm under no impressions that this game is going to last 150 years. I absolutely believe we've got another 5 or 10, hopefully 20 or 30, but like,
Yeah.
everything comes to an end at some point.
Hmm.
This game is not Standard Oil. It's not, GE.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Well, that's part of the good vision with Matt Nagy is they're not putting all their eggs into the Splinterlands basket. They're looking at tower defense. They're looking at GLX. They're looking at different partnerships. So even if Splinterlands never does, this huge 2, 3, 4x in player base, if you can spread it out with different games, different genres, tower defense, they've talked about maybe a casino style game, you can get a broader audience that way. And if you use the SPS token across all these different platforms, you don't need to say, well, SPS is only used in this one game. It may in 2, 3, 4 years be used in 10, 15 different games. So that's where I think a lot of the future price appreciation is probably going to happen with the tokens here. It's not just Splinterlands, but just the whole ecosystem.
yeah, absolutely. So, what are your thoughts on this whole BFF situation?
Uh, I don't know. We want to go over it a little bit. I'm not sure I exactly know all the details with it.
All right, so I believe that it actually already got shot down in the pre-proposal stage, but I'm sure that there will be another proposal forthcoming. But basically, it was we're going to take 20 million SPS from the DAO, and it's not actually going to leave the DAO until it needs to get spent, but it would be effectively earmarked for fees to get us listed on major exchanges.
Oh, okay. Yes, I
And
do remember
then
hearing a little bit about that.
Blockchain Founders Fund is BFF, and they have apparently been with the game for like 3.5, 4 years. Like, they're pretty OGs with the game. They've got massive holdings within the game, and I have actually looked at the account and I've seen it. And we're talking like 15,000 Chaos Legion packs, like 2 million SPS, like 5,000 Untamed packs. Like, they are major holders in the game. Uh, and then they're going to be the ones that would actually be doing the negotiations for getting these listings to happen and everything like that. And then um, one of like the first kind of issue that I had with it was when the proposal came out. Like, who the fuck is BFF? I had never
Yeah.
heard of them. And now,
No, me either.
granted, since they had the town hall and whatnot, and there has been a whole lot of chat going on about it now, we know a little bit better about who they are. We know that Aggie trusts them, like carte blanche. So that, I mean, that goes a long way. Obviously, I do trust Matt and Aggie, and how they've been running the game. I'm not going to say that mistakes have not been made. I've definitely called them to task on a few things a few times, but overall, I feel like they're doing a great job with this game. They're navigating uncharted waters, and they're doing their best, and I think they're doing a pretty goddamn good job of it.
Hmm.
There ain't nobody that would have done things without mistakes, and I feel like it's also a very very strong kind of note to their character and the strength of my belief in the game that when they do make mistakes, they are at least relatively quick to admit it and try to fix it. Like
Yeah.
that's definitely points to them on that. Basically, my big issue after all of that is I just I think Binance is a sinking ship. And like that's the one that most of the community is like, okay, Binance or Coinbase are the only two that anybody seems to care about getting listed on. And it's like I I don't have anything against Coinbase, but I don't care about getting listed on Coinbase. I don't want to be on Binance. I just that is a sinking ship, and I don't even want us anywhere around it when it goes down. Not that I'm worried that it'd take us down with it, but I mean, if they've got 10 million SPS when they go down, that's 10 million SPS that's lost.
Yeah.
And I mean, if it was, I guess it doesn't. It's not too terrible if 10 million SPS gets burned. I mean, that's whatever. But at the same time, like that's money from the DAO. That's our money. That's not game money or anything like that. So like that's kind of where I fall on that. I don't want to be touching Binance. I don't like the state of any centralized exchanges right now. I feel like they've been dropping like flies, and that's probably the reason why they're offering, cheaper fees right now, trying to get some income and get things going like that. I feel like that's probably why there is such a fire sale on it, as it were, right now. And like we're already on enough exchanges that anybody who wants to find us can. And
Yeah.
as far as getting listed on, the big three, I mean, the game is not ready to draw in new players because of the exposure that we would get from that. And as far as most of the exposure that we would get from that, it wouldn't be to players, it would be to investors, and
Exactly.
that's not what we need. So like
Yep.
I see how it could be a net win, but I see a whole lot of losses to that net win, and I don't think it's the net win that most people seem to. So I'm all about us getting listed. That sounds great, but that's a lot of money to pay for it, and this is a bad time to do it. And I understand that it might be more expensive in the future, but it might also be a little bit more clarity on how exactly things are going to work in the future. There might be a little bit more regulation involved, and we might be on a little bit better footing to know that our investment is actually going to last rather than just get flushed down the toilet.
I agree pretty much with what you said, and you made the comment there that if you didn't make, I was going to make about do we really need investors now? I mean, we need to get the game more polished and get players. I think we need to focus on the players first and not concentrate so much on the investors because, okay, let's say in 2 weeks, Aggie makes an announcement, okay, we're going to get listed on Coinbase. Who are you appealing to? You're appealing to investors who know nothing about the game. They just look and say, oh, there's a new token. It's 3 cents. Yeah, I'll buy it because it'll probably pump to 10 or 15, and then I'll sell it before it dumps back down to 3.
Right? Exactly, and that's the kind of roller coaster motions that we definitely don't need. And also, like I feel even if we did, put that out there, and those investors start taking a look. I mean, we just released DEB, so or DECB.
Mm-hmm.
So, like one of my things about that was it's not actually improving the tokenomics of DEC. It's making the tokenomics of DEC look better using smoke and mirrors while it's actually causing even further inflation. Only you called the token something different. But the problem with DEC is oversupply. We need to burn a shit ton of DEC. And all you're doing with DECB is you're burning a little bit of DEC and then you're stopping any DEC from getting burned until all of this DEC gets burned first, which you just made 2 billion more of. So, like,
I don't understand the whole deal with, okay, let's make a new token and give it a 20% discount when it's like it was already at like a 30% discount. Now you're putting another discount on top of it. It's like if people wanted it, don't you think they would have bought it when it's 30% under peg? It just, I don't know. It's like you're making a copy of the same token.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like I understood the idea behind the DECB, and there were a few uh, alternatives suggested that kind of would have done the same thing overall, but without the introduction of a new token. And I feel like any one of those would have been better than what we got. I campaigned pretty hard on that one and obviously was defeated. I also campaigned pretty hard for the community leader. Got defeated on that one as well. But, I mean, oh well, shit happens.
Yeah.
It's still fun. Like, I still love the game. We're still having some fun with the game and playing, collecting, trying to build up. And I still believe in the future of the game. But yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating seeing
Mm-hmm.
how some of these things are going, and then like a lot of the
Rick on
community
the Mountain, one of my favorite.
clicked on the wrong tab there. A lot of the community that's just sometimes I don't understand a lot of the things that people get really excited about or excited against. It's like when they did the 500,000 packs to make the decks for Nifty. And it's like I saw a lot of the Mavs getting salty on that post, and it's like, okay, Nifty isn't free. Like y'all need to understand,
Yeah.
Nifty is not free. We're not giving anything away here. Splinterlands owns all of these cards still. They're not giving anything away. They're letting these decks be effectively loaned out to help bring new players into the game, and then they're going to burn the rewards that they earn from it. Like, that's amazing. That is great on every level.
Mm-hmm. Yep, agreed. It's funny you're on the GLX website. I was just there like 2 minutes ago doing my claim. Haven't claimed in quite a while.
I haven't been on here all the time claiming either because I now have it on the Splex auto claim,
Okay, cool.
and I've been really enjoying that. I actually, do you know about Splinter Links?
Do I have Splinter links? I'm not sure.
That is a site that I recently found out about that is pretty helpful. It's got like everything on there. Splinterlinks.com. It's basically like a Splinterlands tools link tree.
Okay.
And one of the things that was on here is Commander Chaos came out with a staking or a restaking tool for GLX. And
Okay, yeah,
here
I'll
it is.
definitely have to check that out.
I tried to get it work and I could not, and I think it's just because I don't have all that much GLX. Like I'm earning like 8 to 10 a day. I've got like 600 staked, so
Hmm.
just the numbers aren't there for it to really run efficiently. But it was pretty cool, and the fact that I couldn't get it to work, then someone was like, "Oh, you can just do that on Splex," and I was like, "Oh." I remember when they came out with that. I thought it was only on the Prime, and you can actually use it without having their Prime service. You just the minimum is 1 hour, so you can set it to 24, 12, 6, 3, or 1 hour, and then
Oh,
if
that
you're
is nice.
Prime, you can do it every 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, usually I just collect in the morning when I first get up. If I'm home during the day, I'll do it once, and then before I go to bed, I'll collect again. So usually just, every 8 hours or so.
Yeah, I had been pretty much just doing it once a day. Kind of beginning of my stream, I run through a bunch of different faucets and collect everything, and that was one of them. And yeah, having it, I'm noticing that number is ticking up a lot more quickly now that I've got it going like every hour. And of course, also because it's all going back in, whereas before I was usually like, you know, stake half of it, sell half of it into SPS, whatnot.
Yeah, I've been pulling out some the last few days just to get more Forgium for Splinter Forge. I'm trying to get more and more into that game because I see a huge earning potential with that.
Oh yeah, definitely no lie on that one. How's your equipment for Splinter Forge?
Starting off slow, getting my hero geared up. I'm not sure if you know the announcement. I made a video on it, I think a day or so ago, where they're going to release the market probably sometime in the next week, and they're also going to roll out a change where you have to have a certain number of stat points on your hero to be
Yep.
able to earn the full Forgium.
Yeah, I
So if
didn't
you play against a
see.
bronze boss, you're going to need 20 stats, so you're going to need to invest in the game.
I didn't see your take on it, but I did see that post from them. And yeah, that's gonna hurt me a little bit because I've got some gear. I've got legendary boots, or I've got three legendary pieces, just like the armors and whatnot. And
Oh, you're
then
doing fine.
everything else is rare. But I'm doing gold and diamond boss.
Okay, okay. So I think like the highest boss you need 50 points, but you're definitely probably geared for bronze and silver boss. Of course, the earnings won't be as high, but you'll definitely get the full earnings.
Yeah, which actually means that if that's the case, I might actually be able to push for leaderboard on them
Yep.
because I have
That,
not been able to do any leaderboard. Like I'll be there when it's very early on in the boss, but
hmm
I just can't compete and whatnot because I mean I'm not one of the hero based builds. I'm just kind
yeah.
of running a synergistic build still. Doing my best with my Splinterlands cards, and it's the Splinterlands cards that are carrying me.
How
Um,
much how much Forgium do you get from like the diamond boss? Because I know for the bronze boss, I think you're capped at like 12 and a half Forgium.
I've never gotten double digits in Fortium. I'm not doing that
Okay.
much damage.
Okay.
Um, but like
Watch my videos. I'll give you some hints.
yeah, probably. I'm in like the 100 to 150 range on the damage.
Okay.
Um, and yeah, just basically kind of running a very similar team. I've got like 12 monsters that I kind of rotate between based on what abilities the boss has. And
Okay, the
then
main ones, you mentioned Kitty. Do you own even just a level one Kitty?
no,
No? Okay.
no.
I was
So
gonna say
I don't
main
kitty at
ones
all.
to get are Kitty and Yasik, just for the speed.
I do own Yasik. I can't fucking stand Yasik.
Yeah.
I almost want to just burn my level 2 Yasik because I hate
Okay.
Yasik.
Yep. Get Yasik and get level one Yasik, level one Kelia, and you'll be good. And then maybe just some different splinter runes so you can play a couple cards from the life splinter and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, I don't have any runes. That's definitely one that's. Why are you not fucking connecting, Nefty? What the hell? Um, I'm trying to collect my dailies from Nefty, and it's just not even connecting at all. And I've been having so many problems with Wax lately. It's just frustrating AF.
Yeah, I had someone in the Discord on Splinter Forge that gave me some tips for my build, and he's like, "Yeah, you're doing pretty good, and just make a couple tweaks." And he suggested a couple of cards, and I went from, a couple hundred damage or 300 damage, and depending on the rule set of the boss, yeah, I can do like 800 to 1,000 now for the bronze boss. But mainly it's Kitty and Yasik, and then depending on the rule sets, um, you always want, of course, a taunt monster, armor, a couple armor repairs, and then the inspire monsters. Usually the Demented Shark or I think it's Silver Shield Knight, and you're good to go.
Yeah, and see when it was in alpha back on the old pages, I had Mitri Man had hooked me up with a bunch of the I don't even remember what the token was called back then, before it was Forgium. But he hooked me up with a bunch of that, and I was able to buy a bunch of packs, got some good equipment, got a bunch of good runes and whatnot, and I was able to put together a fucking killer team to the point where, at one point, when they shut the server down and reset everything, I was first in bronze, first in silver, second in gold, third in diamond.
Oh man, you were the whale.
I was definitely fucking hitting that shit hardcore, and my team was absolutely insane because it was Tarsa and uh, Wraith, and then I had For Inspires, I had the Silver Shield Paladin, Silver Shield Knight, whichever Silver Shield it is,
Yep.
and the Demented Shark and River Hellendale. I had for my double strikers, I had Carnage Titan and Dampier Infiltrator, both of which have the
Mhm.
1.5x.
Yep.
And then I had Shield Bearer. I had the double res because I had the River Hellendale and I had the Adelaide, and then it was just heals,
Yep. Hmm.
heals and repairs aside from that, and yeah, that was insane how much I was able to shit out the damage with that team. But
Yeah,
yeah, without
I'm
having the runes
definitely
and
really
whatnot.
loving Splinter Forge.
But now I've actually been like my go-to right now is actually I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to Splinter Forge because I'm probably at 500 fucking stamina. I run Ulrich Obsidian,
Okay.
and that way I don't need to worry about the speed so much because unless they have phase, I'm gonna hit regardless. And for the speed, I'm still bringing. Oh fuck, both of these guys. So when they have the magic reflect like this, then instead of Ulrich Obsidian, I do Ulrich and Immortalis, so that at least when he's
Yeah.
reflecting, I've got the void myself. And then it's 100% magic, and I'm not running taunts actually
Hmm.
because I want them. I'm running double reflect. I get the speed from the Spirit Miner. I got Oceanus. And I actually was running Ruler of the Seeds for his speed as well.
Yeah.
But I've started finding that it's actually more effective to not run him. And then Spirit Hoarder.
Yeah, I see a lot of people using green just to use the slip spawn for the force field.
Yeah, my Slip Spawn doesn't have Force Field.
Okay.
I are weakness. And Mermaid Healer. That's the other one. There we go.
Yeah, one of the cards that actually I'm using in Splinter Forge now for the Soulbound cards is the Swamp Spitter. Just for the repair and then the rule sets where there's like Retaliate or Shield. At least I can do a little bit of damage and I don't have to worry about... Or Thorns, the Thorns rule set. I'll throw him in for the range damage.
Yep. Yeah, he's definitely a good one, and I've kind of thought on that line as well. But yeah, I've pretty much, and I've tried a bunch of different teams as well. And I mean, I do have Selenia Sky and General Sloan, so I can try the range team also. But
Uh-huh.
I just like every time I've tried putting out the range team, it's just kind of done nothing.
Okay.
Which is probably a problem of me putting it together and whatnot. And I'm sure that I could, be more effective with a little bit less synergy if I were to, broaden my perspective and not go for all magic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because yeah, I mean, I know that this team is pretty solid, and I can pretty much just spam it all day and be fine with it. So that's really what I mostly do with it is just like spam this, make those minor adjustments, and once I actually start getting some equipment and some runes, that was when I was really planning on hitting things a little bit more differently and trying to figure things out, taking a hard look at what people are doing because I know the metas are already pretty much solved for the people that
Yeah.
actually have equipment. It's just
Mm.
I know I can't put together that team because I don't have the equipment. I don't have those monsters, and so if I try and do my best approximation of it at this point, it's not gonna go well at all because if you don't have like if you're missing one key piece of the team doesn't work at all.
No, it just doesn't work. Yeah, I think for equipment, what I'm trying to focus on, since I'm not putting a lot of money in the game, is just trying to get just rare golds, just to get the bonus Forgium,
Right?
and then just trying to rent, the best bronze or maybe silver boss cards that I can. The nice thing is you only need level 1 summoners, so you don't have to worry about, renting a max summoner.
Yeah.
So, and usually you play commons and rares for your team, the occasional legendary. So at the lower levels, they're usually not too bad if they're only level 1 or 2 legendaries.
Yeah, the thing that kind of hurt me about Splinter Forge is like I said, I was pretty early on in it and whatnot. So I got the 50 crates to get the guaranteed Nartor's ring.
Okay.
And then I lucked out and I actually got 3 Nartor's rings.
Ooh, nice.
But rent hit beginning of December, and I needed to move some things and whatnot, and there was not a price set on things, and I made a deal that I was not unhappy with at the time, but yeah, I ended up selling all of my legendary and epic equipment out of those 50 crates and all 3 Nartor's rings.
Ooh,
And I don't even want to talk about what I got for them because
yeah.
it's embarrassing.
Yeah. Hey, life happens. You do what you got
Yeah,
to do sometimes.
yeah, it just hurts. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I should have just kept one fucking ring.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, I got lucky. I think I only had 23 crates, and I think I managed to get 2 rings. So I was hoping to get 1. So 2 was great. So I'm just
right.
hanging on to them. I've had offers on them. I'm like, nope, I'm just going to hang on to them.
That's how I feel about Lily. Like I'm just trying to get one, and that's it. Like
Yeah.
I'm at 137 packs combined between my 2 accounts that have any packs whatsoever, and so like there's a very slim possibility I could get 2, but I'm not even hoping. I'm just hoping for 1. And honestly, like I got the gold
Just for
quicks,
1. Yeah.
got a gold quicks from the streamer giveaway for FOMOFab, and
Oh, nice.
if I can turn that into a level 2 Lily, I will take that trade straight across hands down. I just don't know if anybody else will.
Yeah. So what do you think Lily's gonna be priced at right out of the gate? What range do
um,
you think she's gonna go for?
over 30.
30? Yeah, that's what I
Over
was gonna
30.
say.
Like, I mean,
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised to see her at 50. Like, day one, I wouldn't be surprised to see her at like 70.
Yeah.
I expect her to settle down into the 30 range. But, like, the first couple of days, I'm probably 40 to 50. I expect her to settle down probably somewhere around 30. But, like,
Yeah.
even if she does drop to like 25 or 20, it's like, yeah, would I take a financial hit on that trade of the gold quicks for the Lily? Yeah, I probably would. Does it matter? Not really. I
Mm-mm.
don't
Nope.
have the liquid assets to just buy Lily, even if she was $10 a pop. I still can't buy 3 of them
Yeah.
to make a level 2. So, honestly, I really don't use quicks that often, but I would use Lily. I
Yeah.
absolutely would. So that's where I feel it's like when Chaos Legion came out, like the first card that I knew I wanted because I was finally starting to understand the value of summoners and the necessity of summoners. Um, so I was like, all right, gold obsidian. I was already on
Mm.
the gold card train, and I knew that was the biggest thing for me to focus on. So I was like, all right, gold obsidian is the number one thing that I need out of this set. Day one, I bought a gold obsidian for $85,
Okay.
and I don't
Mm.
regret it. Even
Mm.
though she's like 12 now for a gold copy, like I bought the card that I needed at that time, and the
Yep.
value that I earned off of having that card more than paid for
Yep.
all of the losses that I've taken on that card. But there's like, there's what I need. I'm building my deck. I don't care. It is the Magic player philosophy. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
buying this because it's going to go up in price. I'm buying this because it's going to win me games.
Yep. And like you said, the amount of games that you've won and the value you've gotten out of it has far exceeded your cost. And you've got that card forever now,
Oh, I
or
don't.
until you decide to sell it.
Actually, no, I do still have all of my gold summoners except for Sloan. Because when I put up all of my cards, that's something that happened in November. When SPS got down to 4 cents, I put every card that I owned on the market. It
Okay.
was like, because it was at that point, it was like I was just starting to push from gold into diamond, and I didn't have a full gold deck. So it was like everything I owned pretty much was all gold cards, but a lot of it was bronze level, silver level. I had some things at gold level, but now I'm pushing into diamond, and I can't compete in diamond. And so it was like, okay, well, I'm doing good with the deck that I have where I have it right now. But if I were to try and push forward, like I'm going to have to put in three, four, five times as much as I already have. And I just can't afford to do that. And then I saw SPS hit 4 cents, and it was like, you know what? I mean, I see how this thing is going with the rental market and everything like that. And it was also the time Lux was coming out. And so I was like, all right, sold all my cards. It was like, okay. I was already talking with Jim Morgan. He was getting 2 Luxes, so I knew I was going to be able to get one from him on a long-term rental. It was, okay, so I'm going to sell all my cards. Anything that doesn't sell, I'm going to send over to my rental account. I'm going to start from scratch with just Lux. I'm going to switch over to Modern, and I'm going to try and fight my way into Diamond with just Lux. And that was where that changeover happened, when I was, trying to fight through Novice with just Lux, and viewer sends me DEC and tells me to go rent Kitty. That was kind of how all of that came about. And yeah, it was an interesting experiment. No, you cannot go up to diamond with just Kitty.
No.
If you're already in gold or something, maybe, but you're not getting through novice with just Kitty. Like, she will not do that for you.
No.
I don't care who you are.
No.
When you only get 12 or 13 mana in
Yeah.
90% of your games, trying to spend 5 of it on Lux, I mean, you can get away with spending 7 of it on Kitty, because Kitty is amazing. Lux is good, but she's not amazing, and she's
Yeah. Not
5
that
mana.
good.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And then this last season is actually the first time I ever finished Diamond in both Wild and Modern, because I got into Diamond in Wild, and then I had pulled throughout the season. I had a couple of days left, and I had pulled throughout the season the Phyrexian General and Idri Fire, or Phyrexian Hero and Idri Fire,
Okay.
the weapons training and the epic from Fire.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to test them out. I only had 2 BCX of each. So it's like, all right, well, they're level 1, so I really can't try these in Diamond Wild. Fuck it, I'll just go back to Modern since I'm already Diamond in Wild. I don't have to worry about it. I'm just going to burn down my ECR anyways. Why not? Well, they carried me to Diamond in Modern.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, I made a blog article about it on the Hive blog. Every team that I used, I've made as decks on Peak Monsters decks. And so I put all of that information out there, and it was a really in-depth article. I broke everything down, all of the mechanics, all of the interactions, everything like that. And it was a really good article. I'm pretty proud of that one. And yeah, just had a whole lot of fun. It was basically 4 hours of game time. It was all live streamed, but it was across a couple of different streams. And yeah, it was like 4 hours. I went from, I think I actually started Silver 3 because I hadn't actually, it had been a couple of seasons since I was playing Modern, but I hadn't gone all the way back down to Bronze or Novice yet. But yeah, it was crazy fun, and that power or that combo is, oh my god, oh my
Yeah, I haven't
gosh.
tried that. I haven't tried that combo yet. So,
What are your favorite of the Soulbound cards so far?
the one I'm really loving is that neutral rat, that Marks rat.
I don't have a fucking Marks Rat
Oh,
yet.
oh man, that card is just so good. It's so cheap. There's so many situations you can use it. I mean, you can throw it in the front line, just let it die, and just buff your second card. You can, if opportunity's gonna hit, you just put it anywhere in the middle between your two powerhouses, between your um
Yeah.
just anything. I mean, I love using it right next to Magi Necrosi because then Magi Necrosi gets buffed, and yeah, there's just so many good uses for that card.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had the chance to really play with him. I think I did use him a couple of times on the QA server, but yeah, I don't have him to be able to play for real. But I've definitely been enjoying Fungus Flinger and Firecaller.
Yep,
And I know
yep.
that Mark's Rat is kind of better than them at doing what he do, but they're still very much the same kind of strategy and whatnot. And I've had some luck with them. It was
Yeah,
Fungus
and the great
Flinger.
thing is Martyr stacks. I don't know if you know that. So
Oh
if you have a
yeah,
couple of monsters with Martyr, that's just insane.
actually one of the first games that I played on the QA server, because now all the Splinterlands TV streamers, we all have access to the QA server as well, so that we can stream with all the new toys and whatnot and show them off to people. One of the first games that I played, I actually did Chancius and Angel of Light and Adelaide with Iziar and the White Martyr. I forgot his name, but and it was an opportunity match. So I put the or no, Iziar is the taunt and martyr. That's right. So I put Iziar in between two other monsters, and yeah, Iziar just kept getting hit because he's got the taunt, died, and I triple resed him.
Oh, jeez.
I lost terribly, but the like it worked.
Yeah,
The tactic worked beautifully. It just did not work victoriously.
yeah. Yeah, I haven't pulled any legendaries yet. Of course, most of the chests I open are silver. End of season, I try to go for gold chests. But yeah, I have not pulled any legendaries. I think the only epics I've pulled are Idri Fire. Did I pull another one? Oh, no, I haven't. That is my only epic so far.
Oh, okay. I feel a little bit less bad about my pulls now because I've only gotten two legendaries, three total copies. But the ones that I've gotten, I got two copies of Phyrexian Hero, and I got one copy of Snuck Duskblight. And then for the epics, I got two copies of Idri Fire, I got one Will-O-Wisp, and I got one of the Clock. And so
Okay.
I can actually do both the fire combo and the death combo, and I've got the clock, which is perfect for me because like my go-to team right now. And as much I hate the clock, I fucking hate the clock, just because of what it could have been versus what it is now.
Yeah.
Um, but like my go-to team is Ulrich, Oceanus, Ruler of the Seas, Spirit Miner, Phantom of the Abyss.
Mm,
So yeah, clock slots in there fairly well, even if it doesn't actually add much of anything. Like it's totally on brand.
yeah.
I
Yep.
just wish I had a max level Bakjir to throw in the front line for that. Typically, what I'm throwing in the front line right now is Kraken, which
Okay.
is still pretty badass, especially
Yeah,
with
that's
all
still
of
pretty
that
good.
speed behind him, and then he gets enraged. Like that helps out a lot.
Mhm.
So, are you a landowner?
Yes. My goal was to get 5 plots of land, and I just got my 5th plot, I think about a month or so ago. Just for me, I think 5 is going to be what I'm going to be able to manage comfortably as far as summoners and monsters and all that. I have claimed one of my plots in Region 43, simply because the road that we live on is 43, so I thought, oh, that's kind of cool.
There you go.
And After Sound talked about maybe his community getting together and going in on a certain track where we could all have a plot in a specific track. So I mentioned that to Dwayne in the last members only stream if that was something he might be interested in. So maybe the two streams can combine forces and we can get like maybe 50 or 60 plots in a certain track because then we kind of all at least know each other a little bit and we know we're going to be active to try to boost our keep, or if we get lucky, our castle in that
Oh,
track.
and even more importantly, the secret of Praetoria. I mean,
Yep.
that's going to be big. That I
Hmm.
don't know anything about it. Like even with the the round tables with Weird Beard and whatnot, which, you know, not allowed to talk about what went on in there, but I can say the Secret of Praetoria was not covered. Like
Yeah.
we all know the exact same amount about that shit, but it's gonna be big.
Well, it sounds like it's something too that's going to take a long time. So it's not like, all the big owners are going to, all the whales are going to come in and solve the thing in a month. It sounds like it's going to take a year, possibly more than 1 year to get to the end of the secret, but
I
that'll make it exciting.
I certainly hope so, but I feel like there's probably even like the goals along the way are probably gonna be pretty significant in prizes and whatnot, and in the difference that they make for those areas that get there first. I feel like
Oh,
it's
okay.
gonna kind of.
Yeah, like you unlock the first goal of the secret and you earn X reward, and then you're working to the second goal. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, and I mean I don't know anything about it, but I kind of feel like that's very much the vibe that I got from the team when they were talking about it. Like
Hmm.
it's gonna be something that's gonna take a while, but at the same time, not it's not like an all or nothing type of thing. There's
Yeah.
definitely gonna be rewards along the way, and I'm excited to see it. I'm not a landowner, so I would love to get at least a plot. I want to own a plot on the mountain. Go figure.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I one can dream that I would be able to luck out and open a castle, but I wouldn't expect that. I know
Yeah.
exactly how bad the odds on that are, and well, RNG is not my friend.
Hmm. Yeah, mine either. I know that from opening my daily chess.
I know that from Scattershot.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, that is the worst thing that has been ever added to any game ever.
So do you think going back to land, you mentioned the central area, the mountain. Do you think that's going to be like a PvE zone eventually? Are they going to add some kind of PvE element to this game?
I could definitely see that being something that matters for the boss fight aspects of things that has been promised for years. Um, and I mean, we don't know anything about that really either, which,
Yeah.
I mean, I did just write an article last week on the Hive blog regarding Splinter Forge, and the way it started out was, hey, you remember when Aggie promised us 2 years ago that there were going to be
Yeah.
boss fights, and we haven't heard about them since? Well, wait no more, because they're
Yep.
here, and you didn't
Hmm.
have to wait for Uncle Aggie to deliver. Because I mean, that's basically what I look at the Splinter Forge as. It's like, I
Yep.
don't need boss fights in Splinterlands anymore. We have them. It's called Splinter Forge, and they're done very well. Are there things about Splinter Forge that could be improved? Absolutely. Like I feel like the alpha interface actually looked better than the one that we currently have,
Hmm.
which
Yeah.
also very interesting how that works. But so I could absolutely see that volcano in the middle of the map having additional kind of things, but I wasn't even necessarily referring to that volcano. I just, in all honesty, like if I were to be able to pick a plot right now, without having to wait for it to go through or whatnot, I would want like plot number 1000 in region 63.
63. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
looking at 83. I just love the name. It just reminds me so much of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, Daggerdale.
Yeah,
Reminds me of the city of Dale.
there's definitely some great names there and whatnot. I just like, and obviously, there's plenty of other spots where it could possibly be a mountain, and that one is still is not guaranteed. But all I care about is that I want a plot of land on a mountain, and
Yep.
ideally, I want it to be a castle on a mountain. Because like I told my fiance when we first got together and whatnot, like I want to build a castle on the mountain. Like she's a
Hmm.
city girl and whatnot. It's like, okay, well, we can, you want to be in New York? That's fine. How about we compromise? We go to Vancouver, and I can build a castle in the mountain, and we can be an hour away from the city, maybe an hour and a half, because it'll take you a while to get down. Because I'm talking, I say I want to build a castle on the mountain. I'm talking about like 10,000 feet.
I
is
was gonna
where I
say
want
you're
to
up
build
on
the
the
castle.
top of the mountain.
Yeah, like on the mountain, not like
Hmm.
just on the mountain. Like because and the entire point of it is defensibility. Like shit is hitting the fan continuously and badly, and like I want to get the fuck out of this country to begin with, because when it truly hits the fan, it's gonna start here, and it's gonna
Hmm.
spread from here. So like I want to get the fuck out of this country, and I definitely want to get the fuck off of ground level, and
Yep.
some good thick tall stone walls between me and the rest of the motherfuckers. And then anybody that we care about is more than welcome to come and stay with us and be safe and help defend the fort. But anybody who we don't know can fuck right off.
Yeah. Yep. You're staying on the bottom of the mountain.
And I know that castles aren't what they once were in terms of defensibility, but you know what? Not everybody's coming around with cannons, so
Yeah, you're pretty safe on a mountain.
yeah, exactly. And if you're coming after me hard enough that you're gonna bring a cannon up the mountain about it, then well, you know what? I guess I'll just have to blow you up and cover you in an avalanche on your way up and be done with it.
Yep.
So, what other games do you play?
Um, Pretty much I'm just all in on Splinterlands and Splinterforge right now. I don't really have a lot of time for other games, just busy with work a lot of hours. Was actually relieved to have this weekend off, so I have today and tomorrow off. But yeah, pretty much since I discovered Splinterlands, I think I started playing July of 21. Actually, my wife and I joined the game the day before the SPS airdrop started. So we got
Oh
the
wow.
full airdrop, and right away, as soon as I got into Splinterlands, I was like, this reminds me way too much of Magic the Gathering. And one of the things I always wished I could have done in Magic the Gathering is gone back to when Alpha and Beta came out. And I looked at Splinterlands and I'm like, we're not in Alpha or Beta, but we're pretty much in the unlimited revised
Yep.
uh, version right now. So I'm jumping in. So,
Yeah, absolutely. I was probably a week or two before you. Like I remember my old guild leader hyping me up about SPS is about to drop, and like having conversations about that. And yeah, it's kind of crazy, being in the alpha and whatnot. Like yeah, wasn't here for that, but and one I'm super excited about. Oh my god, Astral Revelations
mm,
is another Hive game that we're gonna have the beta next quarter, full release Q4, and it is looking so fun, and I'm very excited about that game, and I've already got a little bit put into that. I've ordered my first couple of packs. Already receiving some airdrops and whatnot. Um, I would definitely say it's a good idea to pick up some Astra on the Hive engine and stake it.
okay. I'll definitely
And
check that out.
it's I can drop you some links whenever we get off to their white paper and whatnot, so you can look through it and make sure it's something that you would be interested in. But
Okay.
it's kind of like I'm not sure how the world itself is going to look in terms of the exploration and whatnot, but from reading it, it kind of feels almost like a more fantastic Pokemon. Like you are going to be going out and catching familiars and whatnot and breeding, but at the same time you also have like the land aspect of the game is almost like a demi plane. I don't know if you ever played D&D. Um,
A
I'm
little familiar with it, yeah.
I'm pretty big into D&D. So imagine like your own little planar space where you're setting up like your home base, and so there's different kind of aspects of the land that you own that you can put into it that can give your team buffs and also determine what you're able to use, what you're not able to use. And then like all of the monsters, they have both regular versions which really don't earn you much of anything, and then after you have earned with them, or you've got, you know, a certain number of them, you can combine them and then get NFT versions, which are tradable and also are stakeable and whatnot. And if you're using them in battle, then you are earning more rewards off of them. And like it's complicated enough that without having actually played it, like I can't really just sit down and kind of explain it straight through. But at the same time, simple enough that like reading through their words and whatnot, you can kind of visualize it, and it just sounds super fun. And I'm just excited to be in early. So
Okay. Yeah, I just looked at the token on Hive, and the token is cheap, so it's a good time to just grab a bunch of it.
yeah, absolutely. That Astra that's up there is actually the like that's from them. That's why there's only that one set price, because it's that's from them, and then when that's gone, that's gone. That's all that they're actually like created and are selling. And then
Hmm.
from that point, it's going to be, you know, there will be more drops that are coming. Uh, like in game and whatnot, and then there will obviously be, you know, people selling it on the market and right now whatnot. Obviously right now nobody's really selling it because what are you going to do? Are you going to
Yeah,
undercut what they're offering it for? What's the point in that? You're taking a
yeah.
loss. But also like right now every Sunday, for every 10 Astra you have staked, you're getting one Stellarum, which is kind of like Astra. I mean, it's not an exact parallel, of course, but think of Astra as SPS and Stellarum as DEC.
Okay.
And that's very similar in the way the tokens work together. And so, yeah, but like the Astra is the good token, but in order for buying and staking some Astra, you're going to continue getting that airdrop from now until the game is delivered.
Okay.
So,
Cool.
yeah, and then also like if you have more, like I've got, let me pull it up here. I think I'm at like 13,000 Astra staked currently, which has also gotten me a discount on like when I'm buying the packs. I have a 2% discount now,
Okay.
and 10,100 Astra that I've got staked. And so every Sunday I'm getting 100 or yeah 1,010 Stellarum, and then I've got that 2% discount on the packs that I buy. So I've already bought a Wisp pack and a standard pack for when the game comes out. By the way, you're gonna want to, if you hop in their Discord, you can actually get a free Wisp. I'll get a free Fire Wisp. There's 4 elements: fire, water, earth, and air. And then there's 4 like base types of units, and then each one of them has a element that it's tied to, but they come in all 4 elements. And so if
Mm.
you get like you've got the fire goblin, is the, you know, the goblin is a fire unit, so that's the base. And so then you have the earth and the air goblin, which have bonuses to different stats, and they kind of get a +1 bonus to them. And then you have the water goblin, which is the complete opposite element, and that one has a bonus to a different stat, and it gets a +3 bonus. And of course, you know, the off brands are a little bit rarer, and then the counter is even rarer than that. And so then there's, you know, also the rarities of the base monsters. And so the actual monsters themselves is going to be really complex in terms of what's kind of available there, even though the beginnings of it is kind of simple. And that's, you know, what we know of for the monsters right now, the kind of 4x4 grid. That's just the tier 1, and there's going to be 9 tiers of monsters. So with each one of them, that complexity growing, it's going to be really kind of cool to figure out the intricacies and the interplays between all of that. I'm super stoked for it.
Yeah, that sounds really good. I like games like that that are complicated, where you can't just sit down and figure it out in 30 minutes, where you really have to think and strategize.
Yeah, and then there's also going to be like, so Pokemon is not the best reference for like it does kind of work similarly in that you have to go explore the wild to collect your guys, But unlike Pokemon, you just go out there, you throw a ball, you bash the thing on the head, and you catch it, and you effectively have like whatever carrying capacity. You can somehow carry 100,000 balls. You just you're only limited by how many balls you have. Well, in Astral Revelation, you're going to be limited based on like how developed your home base is, how high level your character is. You're going to be limited in what you can take with you when you go exploring. And in order to capture a new monster, not only do you have to have room to hold the monster, you also have to expend one of your monsters to get it. So you're going to go home with both of them, but the one that you expend is not going to be usable until you get back home. And it's going to be one of those things where, the longer you're out, the farther you can go, the better stuff you can find. But like when you come across those first couple, it's going to be a question of, okay, well, do I want to try and catch this? Do I want to try and fight this? Or do I want to just try and ignore this and save my resources for later? So there's like every step of the way, there are choices to be made. And most of those choices are going to be fairly simple on the surface, but just the breadth of those choices is going to lead to a very complex interaction. And that's, I think, the thing that is most exciting about it to me. It's not like Magic where it's just an incredibly complex game from the get-go. There is no way that you come into Magic thinking, oh, this is simple, it's tic-tac-toe.
No.
In order to figure out how to start turn one, you're already an hour and a half in. Like, Astral Revelations feels like it's going to be a lot simpler to approach. It's going to be very easy to kind of get sucked in with, oh, here's a simple decision. Here's another simple decision. Here's another simple decision. And it's not even like you're really going to make anything wrong, because you'll be able to go back and change those decisions and do things differently, even if not necessarily immediately, because like the tutorial is actually going to be more like a walkthrough than a tutorial. Like it's going to teach you how to do things and whatnot, but it is a fairly long series of choices and gameplay and whatnot. And so you're not going to be able to change anything until you get through the tutorial, and then you can kind of go back and do some things differently. And then there's going to be some things that you're not going to be able to do differently immediately. But, once you keep going and level things up and then things are... So some of those first choices that you make will set you on a path for a while, but everything you're going to be able to go back and fix, like any mistakes that you made or any things that you'll be able to try all of the different things. But like when you're going to pick very early on which element you want to align your keystone to, and you'll eventually be able to get all 4 alignments to your keystone, but which one you pick first is going to set your journey for quite a while until you can do the rest of it, So
okay, yep.
I feel like that is just a brilliant way to approach game design, and I feel like it's going to be a lot of fun to play. And I mean, also as a collector, gotta catch them all. Like,
you gotta get them all. Yep.
That monster tiering system sounds fucking dope. And then there's the fact that, you can stake the tokens, you can stake the monsters, so there's a lot of passive earning from it. There's a lot of active earning from it. So, like, it's gonna have that kind of Splinterlands aspect to it as well, where, you have this base game, and the game is super fun, and you can earn from that, but then you also have this whole other layer of... You can find enjoyment and profit in this game without ever actually playing the game. Like yourself, if you said,
yep.
You're not much of a player, you're more of a collector and enjoyer of the ecosystem and whatnot. And I mean, it's awesome. I love the fact that that's there. like Rudy. I don't think Rudy is much of a Magic player.
No.
He certainly enjoys the hell out of the game, even if he never shuffles up a deck, because that's available for him. And I love the fact that is there.
I still one day would love to see how many warehouses he has and how many pallets and pallets of cards he has in his collection. Just sealed boxes. It's just unreal, just the little bit that he's leaked
Right?
here and there.
Oh my god. I want to see the ledger.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see the ledger.
I want to see what he got some of this stuff for, cause and I wonder what he's still buying. Like how does he feel about Hasbro in the last, I don't know, 6 months?
Yeah, have you seen all of his rants on
I have
Magic
not
30?
seen Rudy in forever, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like basically since COVID hit, I haven't played Magic,
Yeah. Yeah,
and
he's I think it was around December when he really went off on Magic 30 and that whole debacle of them basically selling $1,000 proxy packs and
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, and that was kind of even when I had been out of Magic completely for a little while at that point. When I heard about that, that was just like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
Yeah.
And like, yeah, that was when I kind of started to get back into the content surrounding Magic and whatnot. No, that and also I've been kind of gearing up to start running some D&D again. So
Okay.
like just kind of getting back into the fold of Hasbro related shit, cuz for the last year and a half, like it's been Web3 or nothing.
Yeah.
And so like I've been all in on Splinterlands and then branching out from Splinterlands a little bit, you know, Rising Star, a little bit of shit on Wax, but I've also been really cutting back on the number of games I've been playing lately. I'm kind
Hmm.
of in the process of selling all my stuff from Realm. Starting to move a lot of stuff from non fungible drugs. Really, I'm still enjoying NFD and all the passive stuff that I'm getting off of there, but like I'm focusing on it a lot less, and I'm really starting to take some profits out of it and stuff. Um, but really just kind of consolidating everything else back into Splinterlands and building up for Astral Revelations a little bit. Um, but yeah, as I've started looking more into the Hasbro related stuff and then seeing a lot of those missteps, and yeah, really the first one that kind of caught my attention was because I just heard Black Lotus reprint, and I'm
Yeah.
no, that's not
No.
possible.
No.
That's
Mm-mm.
not possible. That's a reserved list card. What the hell is going on? And so then, of course, I had to look into it, and that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I have not bought any Magic packs, boxes, cards in probably, yeah, about 2 years. I think the last box I bought, let me see, I'm looking at the boxes now. I think Ikoria. I think that was maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah,
So just hanging on to the older boxes, older cards, but anything new I will not touch from Magic.
right? Yeah, even my best friend that got me back into Magic is like, he's like, yeah, fuck Hasbro. I'm not giving them another dime. Like, anything I want, I'll buy on the secondary market. Like, I'm not giving Hasbro another penny. It's like, yeah, I can't disagree with that sentiment. Like, they're fucking
Well,
up
I mean,
everything in a lot of ways.
they went from just your standard box, and it's like now it's like, okay, you've got draft box, you've got set boxes, you've got collector's boxes. It's like, I don't even know what they call all the different boxes now. I'm like, have you guys lost your mind? What happened to, the good old days where it's like you would get one major base set and then two smaller sets in a year, and that was it for the whole
Right?
year. Now
Now
it's
it's,
like you're getting two sets every month plus secret layers. It's like, oh, forget it.
yeah, actually, I saw a breakdown on it the other day where it was like, we used to get 2 to 4 products per year.
Hmm.
Last year, we got 37 new products. And it's like, Jesus Christ, how much of them, like, how much more money do you want?
Yeah.
Like, you're not putting out that much quality shit. And even that was before Magic 30. Like, I just could not believe. I thought the old, world champions decks with the gold borders, like I thought that those were kind of cool, but also kind of annoying because like you'd be going flipping through someone's trade binder, you get excited about a card, pull it out, see the fucking that shit on the
Back of it.
back, and you're just like,
Yep.
ah,
I
fuck
don't
you.
want
What
that.
Why are you doing that to me?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Put that back in the binder. I don't want that.
yeah, to do it for $1,000 fucking, like if they had just reprinted the proxies and it was like, $30 for a set of Power 9 of official WotC proxies, that would sell like hotcakes. They probably
Yep.
would have made more money off of it and people would be happy with it.
Because
That's
they'd be honest
fucking
about it.
easy.
Yeah.
$1,000 for a fucking booster pack? Oh, four
Yeah.
booster packs. What?
Yeah.
Fuck you. Like,
Yep.
whoever
That's what I was
thought that
saying when
was a
that
good
happened. I'm like,
idea.
we need to reach out to all the pissed off Magic the Gathering players and say, you know what? You're sick of Hasbro, you're sick of Magic, come play Splinterlands. You guys will love it here.
And another part of it that I think is kind of not touched on as much, but like my main thing was when COVID hit and then my local game store closed, like I had a couple of friends that I could play with, but very infrequently. And then I ended up moving back down to Florida, and now I can't play at all because I don't know anybody. There's no open fucking game stores, and I refuse to play Magic online because I'm not going to spend hundreds and or thousands of dollars to buy cards that I don't own.
Yep.
That can be taken away from me at whatever time for whatever reason. I'm not gonna do that. And so then I started getting into crypto. I bought my first Bitcoin December of 2020 at 22K. And so, started going down the rabbit hole on crypto, started hearing about Web3 gaming, looked into it. First one I came across was Axie. And the floor at that point was like $1,300.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. So next, and then I found Splinterlands, and it was $10 for a spell book, and I was like, okay, I can do that. I've got a deck of cards I can play with. They're not very good, but it'll work. I can play with them. I can earn with them. Sounds fucking great.
Yep.
Then I found out about gold cards and the boost, the DEC boost of 10% per card that you played, and I was like, oh, that's awesome. So my first thing was, all right, I'm gonna find the card that I can use in the most games. So I bought a gold Horny Toad because I was like, all right, 3 mana, reach, 1 melee damage. It's not great, but I can run it in almost every single game, and it's gonna, at least do something for me. So I bought that at, no, I think it was at like 80 cents that I bought that. It was my first
Sounds
card
like
that
me
I bought.
when I started my my gold account, my $10 account. I'm like, well, I'm trying to max out a bronze deck. Let's see, what am I going to use the most of? I'm like, well, let's go for gold cards because they're automatically level 3 for a common, which is max bronze. I like playing the water splinter, so the very first card I bought was the gold Cruel Cephalopod. Used that card constantly. Rented a few other gold alpha cards, and I earned so much from that card. And I think, yeah, like you, I think I paid like maybe 70 or 80 cents, but made so much off that card.
Oh yeah, like I even not counting the earnings from the wins, but just the 10% bonus on the wins over playing that card constantly for like a year, and then I sold it for $26. It was like,
Wow.
that is a profitable card right there.
Oh, speaking of profitable cards, what do you think long term of? I am really thinking about, just because I compare this game so much to Magic, alpha and beta cards long term. I think they are an absolute steal. If they do anything what I think they're going to do,
Absolutely.
5 years from now, you're not going to be able to touch an alpha card for under $100.
Absolutely.
I don't care how crappy it is.
I own a few, but not nearly as many as I would like to.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's absolutely where it. And they've got the same thing too. Like alphas and golds are both worth that 10% bonus every time you play them or every time you win with them. And so, especially if you got a gold foil alpha, that is an immediate 20%. If it's a gold foil alpha promo, That is an immediate
Yeah.
30% fucking bonus to everything that you do with that card. Like, how is this still even a question? I still run into people to this day that their approach to the game is, I'm going to sell every gold foil card that I get so that I can build my regular foil deck. And it's like, I
Yeah.
understand where you're coming from on that,
Hmm.
because the gold foils are more expensive and so you can build the higher level deck faster. But the lower level gold foil deck is going to be worth more than the higher level regular foil deck. Like, that's why I got to that point where it was like, I can't afford to upgrade to diamond, because I'm playing all gold foil everything. The only cards that I had in regular foil were legendaries.
Okay.
Like, even my epics was all gold foils.
Uh, well, I'm looking right now at alpha gold foil prices, and to me, I just can't believe how cheap they are. And one thing, I don't know if people realize this, if you get a common in alpha gold foil, it starts at level 4, not level 3.
Yep.
And the rares are 3, not 2. The epics are 3 for one gold foil epic. So, I mean, yeah, you can look at them and say, yeah, well, like gold foil epic, yeah, they're $600 plus. Yeah, multiply that by 10 in about 5 years.
Exactly. Like, I wish I could afford them, because like, I know
Yeah, I can't
they're
even.
cheap, but they're not cheap. You know,
No.
like, they're fucking expensive, but they're just cheap. Like,
And what's even cheaper than that, and it should be the exact opposite. Have you looked at the price of alpha packs on Hive? Are you kidding me? Under $140 for an alpha pack, and it says there's only like 6,000 in supply. Can you imagine if there are like 6,000 Magic the Gathering alpha packs out there? Well, there probably are. What do those go for?
right?
10, 20,000, probably more than that.
Yeah, I remember my buddy spent, I think it was almost $200 on a pack of legends.
Yep.
Like, legends.
Yep. I remember seeing alpha. Yeah, I remember seeing Legend packs 175 about 2018 ish, and I think now they're a grand or more.
Like, legends. And that's a
Yeah.
shit set. I mean,
Yeah.
is there some cool stuff in there? Yes, absolutely. But overall, that's a shit set. It doesn't even
Yeah.
have fucking lightning bolt.
Chain lightning, is that close enough?
No, no.
No.
If it doesn't start with lightning and end with bolt, it is not a bolt. Like that, I'm a purist on my lightning bolt. I'm not saying that I won't play any fake bolts, but every time somebody says, "Oh, it's lightning bolt," no, it's not. It's fake bolt.
Yeah.
Shock is not bolt,
Yeah,
and
when they
don't
nerfed it
try
to
to.
only do 2 damage, it's like, why?
And it's like, all I want. There's one thing that would get me back into playing standard Magic. Lightning bolt in standard.
Yep.
Like that. That's it. And I know that they're not going to do that, and so I'm not willing to subject myself to a rotating format. That's
Yep.
exactly where that comes from. And so, actually, that was something I thought that you would get a kick out of too. Is how do you view this upcoming first rotation ever?
It's going to be different. I mean, I usually play. Actually, I only play in Wild. I don't play in Modern. Um, I don't know if that's backwards from the norm, but I seem to have a lot better success in Wild than Modern. So yeah,
I'm
rotation is
kind of with you
interesting.
on that. I like Wild a lot better.
It just gives more variety, and I have certain strategies and certain decks that work well for me, and I do need a lot of different beta and untamed cards. So I tried playing Modern, I just didn't have the success. I think it was because everyone was playing basically the same deck against me, and I'm like, well, I need to have a little bit different strategy, and it's worked well. So
Yeah, also I think a big part of it is, and I said this, before it happened and whatnot, when it was being put out there, um, I don't think that the game was actually ready for the split yet. I feel like it should have happened with Rebellion,
Hmm.
because right now there's really not that much of a difference between modern and wild. I mean, effectively it comes down to, especially in novice, bronze, silver, it comes down to chicken and ooze.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
aside from those two cards, there's not much of an appreciable difference between the two yet. Now,
Mhm.
when Rebellion comes out and you lose Untamed and Dice, then it's huge. Then
Yeah,
it,
that
it's
is
a
pretty big.
world of difference. And so I feel like it would have been more appropriate to do it then. Not only that, but if they had done it when Rebellion comes out, they could actually do it when Rebellion comes out. Unlike how it happened, where, we got Chaos Legion and then like 3 months later, all of a sudden there's Modern and Wild. Like, they should have been done together. If you're going to
Yeah.
do it with this set, then do it with this set when not, you know, shoehorn separation. There's no reason for that. It doesn't make any sense. All that does is further confuse players. So I feel like that was a both a missed opportunity and a jumped gun to do it
Yeah.
when they did it. But I mean, that's beyond us now. But I'm very excited for this rotation because being a Magic player, seeing as many rotations as we have, and being that guy, especially that I kind of keep track of what's going on in standard, but I'm a modern player, and so there are certain cards that when they come out for standard, I'm gonna pick them up immediately. But most of it, if I want it and it's in standard, I'm gonna wait until it rotates out, and I'm gonna pick it up on the cheap as people are
Yep.
getting rid of it. Um, because yeah, it's like I would much rather spend 3 times as much, build my deck once, and be able to play it for the next 10 years, and every once in a while have to update one or two cards as metas change and new cards come out. But yeah, I'm a much bigger fan of the eternal formats. And so now
Hmm.
I've got modern, I've got pauper, I've got pioneer.
Okay. Yep.
I can't afford to build legacy or vintage, so I don't really mess with them. But I'm actually kind of working on one. I have a modern fish deck that I'm actually working on a legacy board for. So like I can just board in stuff like True Name Nemesis
Okay. Yep.
and original counterspell.
Okay. Now, do you think Magic is going to, or Magic, Splinterlands is going to do kind of like a pauper rule set eventually? I mean, I know we have Rise of the Commons where you can only play commons or rares. What about one where you can only play commons?
Ooh, um, I don't think I would like to see that as a rule set, as in like rotating rule set in battle. I would love to see pauper tournaments,
Yeah, pauper tournaments would be cool.
like that kind of thing, or pauper, like a pauper guild brawl. Um,
Hmm.
that kind of thing I think would be really cool. But yeah, as a random, I feel like it's too limiting for a ranked type of thing.
Yeah.
Um, because with a tournament or a brawl, you can prepare for it. You know what you're getting when you go into it. Um, but yeah, and of course the problem with that is the rulings on those also apply to your summoner. So
Oh, that's true. Yeah, there's what?
there's
One
no
common
common
summoner.
summoner. Wait, is there a common summoner? I don't think
I
there
think
is.
there's a dragon summoner that's common. I think there's only one. Delwyn, Dragon Scale, I think is the only, and that might be a promo. But yeah, that's a common summoner. And you need 505 of it to max it out. Not sure when that came out. It says promo.
Yeah, that's a beta promo.
Oh, that's a beta? Okay.
Yeah, you can tell by the frame.
Okay.
But I mean, it's a beta framed promo. You're right
Mhm.
about it being a promo. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I for some reason I thought he was rare too, and I actually own one. So shows how much attention I pay.
Yeah, you must never play him. Oh, you can
Uh,
play them in Splinter Forge plus one magic.
yeah. Although I've already got Alric and Obsidian, so I do them for the
Yeah.
plus one magic because dragons really don't get much out of it.
No.
And my blue and green options are both important.
Mm-hmm.
Green green is actually primarily there for Queen Mycelia.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that my team will get so much better when I can get three more copies of Queen Mycelia, get her up to level 3 so she's got the triage.
Mm-hmm.
Cuz I mean, I can run her with triage, but I don't have the triage, and so it's rough to have her under leveled, but that's one that I actually own. Like almost everything that I'm playing is Holosaurs. My Oceanus is mine, maxed. My Jinbilkia is mine, maxed. My Mycelia is mine, not maxed.
How is she under $10? That does not make sense to me.
Oh
That
shit.
should be at least a $20 card.
Yeah. I need to figure out $30 so I can get three
Yeah.
more fucking copies like right now.
Man, even that gold is tempting. I'm seeing a gold for 70. I'm like, yeah, it's $70, but it's gold.
Yeah.
I just don't have enough money for all the cards I want and
I
all
know,
the
right?
assets I want. It's like, I want to just load up on DEC. 3 cents is just like people don't realize it's like your brain gets accustomed to seeing a price and you just think of it as being normal, and it's like, guys, this is not normal.
Not normal.
SPS is not a 3 cent token.
No.
This is a token that is going to be many, many, many multiples of that, and you're going to look back when it's 30, 40, 50 cents and say, oh my god, why did I not load up when it was under 5?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, right now I still feel like I might have made a mistake with, turning all of my cards into SPS. But at the same time it's like I was at a little under 3,000 SPS when I did that, and now I'm pushing 14,000.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a big difference, and yeah, I mean it's gone down since then. I'm not surprised. I even when I was doing it, I was like, I know SPS is still probably going to drop further. We might see 2 cent SPS. We might even see 1 cent SPS. I'm not calling for it. I'm not saying I want that to happen. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me. But you know what else? I am calling for, and I am saying that we're going to see. We're going to see dollar SPS in the future within a
Yeah,
couple of
multiple
years.
dollar SPS,
I
definitely.
I absolutely believe in 5 to 10 years we will see $5 to $10 SPS, and you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I've got over 10,000 of them bitches,
Yep.
so I'm happy about that. Like,
Yeah. I unstaked all of my SPS November, December timeframe, I think, when GLX was going to come out, because I'm like, okay, this is going to be about the same price. I'm going to get all the airdrops from GLX when it comes out with that crazy APR. Once the APR drops down to under 100%, I'm going to sell whatever amount I need to get back to the original amount of SPS. Well, luckily, I didn't have to do that. There was a guy, what's his name? Vetev, I think, who's a Magic the Gathering collector, and he actually bought one of my revised common uncommon sets off of eBay, and I used that money to get back the SPS that I had sold. So now I've got a nice little stash of GLX and almost got my original amount of SPS. But yeah, I can't get enough SPS. I definitely want to get 6 figures if I can figure out how.
right? Yeah, like my original goal when like pre airdrop was like, all right, I want to get to 1,000 SPS. That was a long time ago.
Yeah,
I want
yeah.
to get to 100,000 SPS. Like that's a lot more reasonable to me. Like, do I know how I'm gonna get there? Hell no.
No.
But am I gonna get there? Yeah, somehow, some way, some point in the future. Like we're gonna make that happen, and I'm I'm excited about it. And yeah,
Oh,
I,
you went through your collection, all your stuff. Go back and check your GLX tokens. How many did you have? Staked or whatever?
630.
630. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hmm. I was gonna say it only shows 5 in-game liquid. Huh. That's funny. I sent you some GLX. I was thinking it would show up in your account.
Is it on Hive Engine?
It might be on. No, I think I sent it from Genesis League site. So I don't know if that sends it to your Hive or if that sends it directly to your GLX site.
Well, let
So I was
me.
gonna say, send it to you. It should just you can automatically stake it with that 15-minute staker.
It might have actually already staked. Yeah, because I think I was at like 600, almost even.
Okay.
So I'm guessing you sent like 25, something like
Yep.
that.
Yep. I sent you 25. Oh, that's cool. Oh,
Yeah, it
that's
auto
right. You've got
staked.
that automatic stake thing, so it probably staked it within 15 minutes.
So thank you, much appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have even noticed. But I would have been
Okay.
like tomorrow, like, wait, that math doesn't add up.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say with that amount, like, hey, and as much as you're staking, that's going to help you grow even faster. So, yeah, just
Absolutely,
want to
yeah.
say thanks for, having me on the stream and getting to chat with you. And it's like, hope, maybe we can make this a regular thing, maybe once a month or,
A-
whatever my schedule allows. We can talk about whatever the newest events are going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's an open invitation. The only time I'm not streaming is typically Friday nights because I have Splinterlands TV Saturday morning. But
Okay.
it's the same time every night, and yeah, I mean, most of the time I will already be in the voice chat in my Discord. Like I said, it's usually like a hot mic for anyone that wants to join. If I'm not
Okay.
in there and you hop on and you want to chat, then just come into the chat on Twitch or YouTube and be like, hey, hop into the
Okay.
voice chat, and I'll be like, all right, do do do.
Cool. Cool.
Because yeah, I
Well,
love having anybody on. It's the as much as it's awesome talking to chat and whatnot, it's so much better having a voice on the line.
yeah, it's so much easier. I mean, sometimes like when I'm in Dwayne's live streams, it's like I want to sit and talk with him, and it's like, okay, it's gonna take me forever to type this out, and it'd be so much easier to just sit down and talk in person. So, really appreciate it.
Yeah, not only does it take a while to talk, but then because of the delay, even while you're typing it, you're already late in answering what they've said, and then it's gonna they've got to go through all of the backlog of the chat from where they are to where you typed it in, so where the time they get to reading what you just typed, they've already moved on from the conversation, and it doesn't even fit anymore. I can't count the number of times where, especially with
Yep.
Dwayne and like the YouTube members only, where like I type something and by the time he gets to read it, he has no idea what I was answering when it made perfect sense when I typed it because I'm not like referencing what he was saying, and it's
Yeah. Yeah, he's on a completely different topic now, and he's like, "What? Oh yeah, you guys were talking about that 20 minutes ago."
yeah,
It's
like
like I'm
it's
just now getting
insane.
to it. Sorry, guys.
And especially for Dwayne because he's so popular, like his chat's just fucking popping off. Like so,
Yeah.
that little tiny bit of delay just gets exacerbated and stretched out.
Hmm.
And
I know it's
obviously, like
crazy.
I'm not complaining about it. I find it rather hilarious, but yeah, it definitely does not lend itself to having a great conversation when
No.
you're working through all of that. We got Oscu and Diamonds, not Daemons, just joined us. Morning, guys. Welcome,
Hey
welcome.
guys, thanks for joining.
We got Gathering the Magic on the line with us. So,
I can't see their chat, but if they have any questions for me, they can shoot them my way, and I'll do my best to answer them.
alrighty, y'all heard that. So, where are you joining us from? Where do you stay?
It'd be cool if they said Michigan.
Oh no, I was asking. Oh yeah, that's right. You're up in Detroit. We already talked about that.
Hmm. Yep, kind of on the west side of Michigan.
Okay. Yeah, I was raised in Royal Oak.
Okay. Yeah, I have a buddy, a good college roommate that lives out in that side. Out, I'm trying to think of the name. Northville. I think it's just north of Detroit. He lives
Okay.
in that area.
I can't help but laugh every time I hear Journey come on. It's like just a small town boy There's no such thing as South Detroit.
Yeah.
Need to learn your motherfucking geography.
Yep.
Askew is joining us from Zurich, Switzerland, or Zurich.
Oh wow.
So yeah, that's one of the things I love about this game. Like Magic is worldwide, but with Paper Magic, I mean, I played Grand Prix and whatnot, so you get quite a large community there. But I mean, it's nothing like the actual international community that you can have in an online game like this. And like especially with this time of night being my typical streaming time, because I'm a night owl anyways, like most of my audience is Filipino. And like I would never have expected that, would never have guessed that. And I mean, for the most part, they're awesome fucking people. But like if you were to ask me 2 years ago, like, who are going to be the majority of people that you talk to on a daily basis, Filipino would not have been my answer.
No. And what are they? They're 12 hours difference?
Yeah, I think they're pretty much exactly 12 hours.
Okay.
So it's
Afternoon.
and it's just wild, and like they're some amazing people too. Like it's, as and obviously I'm not going to speak about anybody particular or say anything like as a Bob Carr, I'm not saying everybody is Filipino. I'm just saying the majority. But like they're just so much happier and friendlier than the average American.
Yeah.
Like in general, again, not speaking about anybody in specific. I'm sure that there are plenty of Filipino assholes, just like there are plenty of nice Americans. Like it's definitely, any group of people, you're gonna have some winners and some losers, 100%. But just like in general, I've noticed that a lot more happiness over on that side of the world, and obviously not even specifically speaking about the Philippines, but just in general. And I lived in Okinawa for a year when I was in the Marine Corps, and like I noticed it there too. Like the average person is just happier and friendlier. And I think that those two go hand in hand. Like, if you're happier, you're going to be friendlier. And if you're friendlier, you're going to be happier.
Yep.
So it's just kind of an interesting juxtaposition. And it's like, there's really only two places in the world that everyone I've ever met from there that I know is from there is just fucking awesome. And it's very strange because it's Chicago and the Ukraine. And I know 100% that there are assholes in Ukraine and there are assholes in Chicago. And I'm sure that Chicago actually probably has a rather grand proponent of assholes.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not even saying that I've never met an asshole from Chicago. But I've never met an asshole from Chicago that I knew was from Chicago. Everybody that I've ever known was from Chicago. They've been fucking awesome to me. And it's not a ridiculously small sample size either. Like it's not like I only know 2 or 3 people from there. I know a couple of handfuls, and they've just all been some of my favorite people. But again, not saying that's true of everybody. That would be an impossible statement to apply in broader spectrum.
Yeah.
I would say Ukraine is definitely a much smaller sample size, but it's not like 1 or 2. It's a couple of handfuls, and I'm sure that there are some people that I've met that are not as swell of a person, but I also don't know that they're Ukrainian. And of course, also a part of that is if you're really a fucking douche nut, I'm really not that interested in where you're from. So I'm sure that also plays a part of it as well. Yeah. I'm only going to take the time to get to know where you're from if I'm going to take the time to get to know you.
Yeah, if I can stand to be in the same room with you.
And I mean, I'm not exactly the easiest person to completely turn off on a personal level either, but I'm also not the most difficult. Like I'm not gonna accept a whole lot of shit from a whole lot of people, and I'm a definitely, give respect until there's a reason not to. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt until the doubt becomes overwhelming. But when that is the scenario, I'm not going to bury my head in the sand and continue to subject myself to it either. Like when done is done, I will call it done and move the fuck on. But
Yeah.
so, have you messed with wax at all, or are you pretty much just Splinterlands, Splinter Forge, Magic?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much just Splinterlands, Splinter Forge. Yep, haven't really done anything on Wax. Like I said, trying to focus on getting as many assets as I can for Splinterlands, especially with land surveying coming right around the corner. I'm trying to build up as much of that DECB as I can, because I know with 5 plots, I'm definitely going to want the building upgrades. So that's going to cost me 50K. I'm not sure about the other 2 packages, but I'm definitely going to go for the building starter package.
Yeah, and honestly, I think you really want all three of them. Like
Yeah.
just the way I see them working together, because I mean, even with the building in a box, you're still gonna have to put in the time to make that or to actually complete that. And so you
Mm-hmm.
want the time crystals, and it's like as far as the other one, the totem, if that only lasts for 30 days, if you don't get either of the other two, you're wasting your money on that one.
Yeah.
So, like, out of anything, I could see that being the one that you don't get. And yet, at the same time, if you want to be competitive out the gate, like for you, 5 plots, for somebody who's got 1 or 2 plots, maybe not. But for anybody who's got like a tract or a
Mm-hmm.
region and they're trying to go hard, like they're like Holazor, he's already collecting, he's got a max level Uraeus for every single one of his plots.
That was so funny. He talked about Australia being the land of snakes, so
Yep.
that's why he wanted to get a snake for every plot.
Yep, absolutely, and I love it.
That's
uh,
great.
and yeah, so like, and I mean, he's also made a lot more preparations. Nothing else is quite to that level, but I mean, he's got I think like 60 or something max level summoners.
Wow.
Like he's really pushing hard on getting it. And it's like for him, if you've got the monsters to place, the summoners to place, there's no reason to not get all three of them, because if you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna try and be competitive out the gate, that's what you're gonna have to do. And I mean, he's already said he plans to pretty much not play the game anymore. Like it's gonna be land is the gameplay. And for me, like I never planned on that. Like I would like to have a land. I'll do what I can with it. I wouldn't even mind having a couple. But like I'm not trying to be a land baron like that. I'm not trying to, I love the card game. I'm trying to get those spells.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want to be the one putting all the work into making those spells. I just want to play with the spells. I want to be able to cast fucking lightning bolts.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing I'm really curious to see is when when the spells and items come out, how many people are actually going to sell them, because they're going to need them. So the very few people that can actually produce these cards are not going to let them go, and they're certainly not going to let them go cheap.
Oh yeah, no, I know it's going to be a while
Yeah.
before I can afford any, but I'm like that's still where my focus is, as far as land is. I know I'm not going to be one of the first ones having those spells, because yeah, you're absolutely right. The first thing that's going to happen is all the people who can make them are going to be keeping them for themselves, or at least most of them, the ones that are still playing the game. But I think
Yeah.
there are a lot of people, especially the bigger landowners, that really don't play the game.
Yeah.
And like
I think.
Holazor, like he said, he's gonna not be playing. He's gonna be focusing on the land. Well, I feel like there's gonna be a big juxtaposition between the people that are playing and the people that are playing land. And so I feel like there will be a marketplace that develops pretty early. It wouldn't surprise me at all if the first ones that are made, obviously, are kept. But I feel like it's going to be not long before the market starts doing what the market do,
Hmm.
and then there will be a pricing race to the bottom over time, and we'll see. I'm really intrigued to see what the bottom is going to be, and I feel like that is going to really depend on what the spells and items actually do. Like,
Yeah.
is there going to be a lightning bolt? Is there going to be a 1 mana deal 3 damage to a target on your opponent's side of the field?
Yeah. Well, I think there's one disadvantage that like a track owner or a region owner has, and maybe they haven't realized this yet, is you can't upgrade your buildings higher than the level of whatever the keep or castle is in that track. And I think they're going to make that cost pretty high because I think what they're planning on is, let's say you have a track, 100 plots, and you've got 30, 35, 40 people that have, one or two or three plots. They're all going to be working to level that keep. So you're going to have 30 people putting in resources to level it. If you own that track, it's all on you. So not only do you have to worry about leveling your buildings, you've got to spend whatever the incredible amount of resources it's going to take to level your keep or castle first. And that's all you. So I'm wondering if a lot of these track owners like Holozar are going to end up surveying them, finding out where their keep or castle is, finding out where their epic and legendary plots are, and then either delegating or renting out maybe half or more of their plots to people that can actually help them, for leveling their keep.
I mean, that's a solid point. I hadn't really thought about that, but I mean, it's definitely not nothing. Um, and at
They're
the
going to
same,
make it expensive. You're not going to be able to level your keep for 100,000 DEC. It's probably going to be in the millions or whatever resources are needed for it. It's going to take you a long time. And they already said resource production is going to be slow, especially with a level one building. So if it's going to take 100,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 100,000 essences to level your keep from level 1 to 2, good luck doing that on your own, even if you own 100 plots.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the owning the breadth of land is going to help, but yeah, you still only have so much time in your day to actually manage that. And yeah, I mean, there is the monster count and everything like that to consider. So that's something that I hadn't really thought of, but that's a very solid point. We'll have to see how that actually plays out. I'm kind of wondering, like, once land actually goes live, full gameplay, how long is it going to be from there until the first spell hits the game?
Hmm.
Because
Yeah,
I
that's
can
going to be
imagine
interesting.
that's not going to be a function of hours or days either. That's probably going to be weeks.
Yeah, because it's going to take whatever amount of resources, and by the time the game goes live, you'll probably have the resources, but yeah, then it's completely up to the time component, which partly the time component will depend on the level of your building, which your building probably is not going to be above level 3, maybe 4 if you're lucky. So, yeah, unless there's time crystals that you can purchase at that point to speed up production or a totem, you know. And that's another point too I don't think people have really thought about is I think totems are going to be very specialized where people are thinking, "Oh, I just want a common totem just to boost production." Your totem may not boost production, and it may be for a very specific splinter. Like you may get a totem and it says um, 15% bonus to production in your granary. It's like, but I don't have a granary. Well, this totem's for a granary, so now you're going to have to get a different totem that's actually one that you need.
Yep, I can definitely see that being a thing.
So that's the only reason why I've held off on buying any totems is because I want to know exactly what the totem is for, and I won't know that until I know what my land is. But yeah, I just feel for people that bought tons of totems for all their plots, and then they reveal all their totems, and they're like, "Wait a minute, I've got like 8 or 9 totems I can't even use because I don't have that either specific building or specific land type." So I'm just kind of hesitant that way of getting totems right now.
Yeah, for the like 5 plots, 5 totems, yeah, that's probably not going to work out for you. For someone like Gank, who's
Yeah.
got the region and has
Hmm.
like 250 totems, that's probably going to be all right
He'll be good.
overall. Like you're gonna
Yeah.
find a match for most of those totems, if not all. And then if you do have one or two that don't match up right, it shouldn't be too hard for you to trade those out to find the correct ones. But yeah, for like if you got one plot and one totem and you think that you're gonna be good, yeah, I think you're probably in for a rude awakening. I
Yeah, pray to the RNG gods. I wonder if
pray on.
totems will be able to be disassembled. Like you can burn cards. I wonder if you'll be able to burn totems for resources. That would be an interesting twist.
That would be a very interesting twist. Do you think anybody would do it?
It depends what you could burn it for. Because I think the most expensive and essential component are going to be the essences. So if you can burn a common totem and be guaranteed, 10 or 15 or 20 or whatever a good amount of essences would be, it might be tempting to do, especially if it's going to help you produce cards quicker.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I feel like. I mean, there's 150,000 plots, and granted, there's not going to be 150,000 plots that are actually used.
Nope.
Some are definitively lost.
Mm,
How many that is, of course, remains to be seen. But so figure 140 to 145,000 plots.
yeah.
How many totems are there in existence? Because I'm fairly certain that's not 6 digits.
No. But I think they did say that you would be able to find some totems like while you work your land. So I don't think they've released, 150,000. Maybe they've done half of that or a third of that. And they're saving some that you could actually find when land is revealed and you're actually mining and working your land.
Oh, okay. So do you think that there will be 150,000 total totems so that there is actually a 1-to-1 plot correspondence? Do you think it'll be more or less?
Well, if you look on Hive Engine and you look at a common totem, it says supply is 25,000, but it says the max is 250,000, which makes no sense to me because there's only 150,000 plots.
And they did already confirm you can't use multiple totems on one plot, right?
Yep, one totem per plot, one building per plot. As of now, and of course, as they always throw out that disclaimer, things are subject to change. But I don't know if they change that.
Yeah, I mean that's a solid point. And no, I had never looked at the max number of totems available, so definitely some alpha for me. But yeah, with it being 250k max, I could see some kind of, or maybe rather than like breaking it down for essences, maybe it's like burn two to make one,
Yeah,
like as a
could be.
style of upgrading or something like that.
Hmm.
Um, Possibly.
So it's showing 250,000 for common as max, 50,000 for rare, 10,000 for epic, and 2,000 for legendary as max supply.
So that's actually 312,000, which means that there would be actually a little bit more than two per plot.
Yeah, more than two. Oh, interesting. I always wondered if that was a mistake, but maybe they have something planned as far as
Tricksy
being able to,
hobbitses.
yeah, being able to burn them or somehow combine them or like you said, upgrade. That's one thing I hadn't thought about is can you upgrade your totem? Kind of like with cards, if you collect 5 totems, you can combine them and go from a common totem to a rare totem
Or maybe even level two.
to
Like,
level 2. Yep.
we haven't actually seen any totems, so we don't know whether or not they have any kind of
Yeah.
levels to them. It's
Yeah, do
definitely not
totems have
outside the realm.
level abilities like cards? Yeah, that'd be interesting. I don't know if that's anything they've planned. I know it's nothing I've heard them mention. I mean, I think they've barely even talked about totems.
Yeah, and we do know that they are going to do the levels up for the items and spell cards that come out of
Mhm.
it, which
Yep.
I'm also intrigued to see how that goes. Like, is it going to be the same kind of numbers that we're used to now? Um,
You need 400 common lightning bolts to get it to level 10.
I
You know how
mean,
long that would take you to make that many items and spells?
that's what I'm saying. I really hope
Oh,
it's not. Like, I
no, I don't
really
think it
hope
can
it's
be.
not. But then again, I mean, if they're obviously playing the long game, so
Yeah.
if they are planning to be around for 5, 10 years, I could see them intentionally setting something up to where it's gonna take you 3 years to be able to max something out. Like,
Hmm.
I don't think I want that to see that happen, but I wouldn't necessarily be completely shocked if we did.
Well, this has been a great talk, but I'm thinking I need to head to bed. It's 2:30 in the a.m. here. So like I said, thank you so much for the invite. Really enjoyed the talk and hope we can together and chat again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to reach out anytime. I will always be glad to have you on, and you have a great night as well. If you want to go ahead and let the viewers know where they can find you,
Okay.
I'm sure that some of them are already familiar with Gathering the Magic, but some of them might not.
You can check out my YouTube channel. Just go to my name, Gathering the Magic. Just hit 500 subscribers today, so happy with that. Just want to let you know that because there is another channel called Gathering the Magic, and I believe he's from the UK. So just look for like my icon with the Magic the Gathering card back, and you will find my content there. I try to stream. I try to upload content every day. Usually it is my daily openings or it is Splinter Forge content. I've been getting more and more falling in love with Splinter Forge. So, oh, there you go. So his channel is called Gathering the Magic YT.
Okay, so that one's not you.
That's not me. So mine will be. There's another Gathering the Magic. I think that might be Magic the Gathering's channel.
Are you all one word?
Yep, all one word.
That's how we find
So
it.
that may help. Or actually, if you even type in a Splinter Forge, I know I do a lot of Splinter Forge content. You might be able to see my channel that way as well.
Or we can just type in the URL and go there directly. Hopefully.
So yeah, recently the videos that I've upgraded. Oh, there's wow. Is everybody taking my name now? This is a new channel. I haven't seen this.
Oh, wow.
301 subscribers. It's got a cool intro. Ah, should have copyrighted it. Yeah, he definitely doesn't look anything like me. So I can tell you guys that's not me. Oh, there you
All right,
go.
here we go.
Yep, that's me right there. So yeah, I started uploading videos, like I said, I think it was last June. So I think I've got close to 300, yeah, somewhere around 300 videos. Like I said, mostly daily openings. Some of them were my speculation on land, so I did a few land videos. Been getting recently into Splinter Forge, so upgraded any news that I hear about Splinter Forge, like their talk about making minimum requirements for your hero so you can continue to earn. Did a video yesterday on a couple methods I think that might be the cheapest for you to be able to gear up your hero, at least for bronze, so that you can do 100% earnings.
Yeah, see that
Um,
here? Cheapest
yeah,
methods to gear up your Splinter Forge hero.
yeah. One thing I need to learn, and I have not learned this yet, is how to make like capture pages. So once I can learn that, I can actually upgrade my channel a little bit. Basically, what I do is I just pull some screenshots off of the internet, so and just post that to just try to grab attention. But would be good if I got a little more professional and learned how to make opening, kind of like how Dwayne does for his videos.
So you mean like how I'm streaming my browser right now?
Yeah, yeah, stuff like
Okay.
that.
What do you use when you're making your videos?
Basically, all I'm doing is I'm just hitting Windows G and talking and just recording it that way, just uploading the capture.
Download OBS.
Okay.
That'll help you out a lot. You can stream directly to YouTube. You can stream directly to Twitch. You can do both. I use a site called Restream.io. Is how I'm currently streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. But also, you can use it for just making your videos. Gonna give you a whole lot more options. You can do more stuff like layouts and everything like that. And also, you can do both display captures where it's going to show your whole monitor and
Okay.
window captures. And then, like, if you'll notice, if you ever actually watch my stream, like, you don't see any of the edges of the browser or anything like that. You don't see the tabs I have open. All you see is the actual active window of the browser, because I'm
Okay.
able to, trim the sides and whatnot. And like my camera, I don't have the typical 16 by 9 picture that it actually captures. I've got that all trimmed down, and then to fit into the card frame and whatnot. That's all stuff that's super easy to do with OBS. And I mean, I've barely even started to scratch the surface of what
Okay.
the tool can actually do. Like, you can actually make, like, you know like cable network quality broadcasts with OBS. It just takes a lot of know-how to get to that point. But I've been kind of continuously improving my own craft with it and getting better. And it's definitely a pretty intuitive tool to use,
Okay.
and very high quality stuff. And then, yeah, that I would definitely say that's the best next step to take to step up your game as far
Okay.
as making videos and whatnot.
Yep. Okay. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll definitely check that out. Definitely want to get a more professional look to the channel and just try to give everybody a little bit better content and make it look a little bit nicer. So
Yes,
definitely appreciate
Jabby,
it.
it is indeed gathering the magic.
Yep, it is me. Do you have a question? I can answer a quick question before I have to go. If there's anything that he would like to know, either about me or about my thoughts on Splinterlands or Splinter Forge.
I think he just stopped in, and so he's just saying hello.
Okay, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely, and thank you as well for hanging out. I'll go ahead and let you get to bed. I'm gonna go ahead and drop your YouTube link in the chat right now. He
Okay,
says
thank
he
you.
already watches your videos, so that's one that isn't gonna need it. But we'll go ahead and drop it in the chat for the rest, and you get yourself some rest. And
All right,
absolutely look forward to talking to you again soon.
all right. Thanks, Rick.
My
Take care,
pleasure.
everyone. See you soon.
All right, y'all. I don't have my stream up currently, so give me just a moment to get that going and up currently. So let's go ahead and get him up to 504 subscribers. Woo! Get that on the mountain boost. All right, now we got some music playing. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you, Ron. How are you doing today, boss? Mr. Destructoid, I don't know what's wrong. What do you mean? Why does something gotta be wrong? I still got a hot mic open in the Discord if you want to hop on and say anything, Ron. You're more than welcome. We just had Gathering the Magic, but he had to go to bed. Same time zone, so he quit on me a little early. Alright, last cup of coffee. You're just waking up? Holy shit, that's... Where do you call home, Ron? Don't think I know that, but I thought you were in the States, and goddamn, that's early as hell. Alright, so Central Time, 1:30. Alright, 16 and 5. 1 to go. $13 and 6 with 2 to go. Well, hopefully I can score a couple of wins in these last 2 games. Who do I have left to fight? Monsters Tamer and the Hero. I mean, maybe they'll flee. If I can get 2 more wins, I can probably finish top 10 in this one. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, 13 and 6 kind of hurts, man. I was 13 and 0. I was 13 and 0. That's fucking terrible. Oh, did anybody happen to catch the Weird Beard stream the other day? Oh, I can't say I played the tourney. I entered the tourney. I got destroyed in the first round. But Jabby Saints, thank you. I'm glad that you asked that, because this is what happened.
Rick on the Mountain, one of my favorite Splinterlands TV streamers. Make sure you guys go check out that channel if you haven't yet. Rick on the Mountain, one of my favorite Splinterlands TV streamers. Make sure you guys go check out that channel if you haven't yet.
That's what
Rick
fucking happened.
One of my favorite Splinterlands TV streamers. Make sure you guys go check out that channel if you haven't yet.
That is what happened. Unfortunately, I can't figure out how to download it. I want to add this to, like, my intro. I want to make an intro video that consists of a bunch of clips. Boop-a-doobie-doobie-doo. Boop-a-doobie-doobie-doo. Boop, boop. Boop-a-doobie-doobie-doo. Boop-a-doobie-doobie-doo. One of these days, I will remember not to start the fight before I skip it. Anyone ever heard of dermis stamping? Micro needling. Did that shit today. It's painful. Just stabbed myself in the head like 100 times with a bunch of 0.5 mm needles. It is hot up in this bitch. Ron, are you back? I really wanted you to see that. Let's do the gold one. I feel like we're even with that. We can clear that out. We'll get more. Yeah, 30. All right, so I am working on a kind of a new player experience blog and video. Anyone out there, what do you feel is the most important advice for a new player coming in? Askew, I'd actually, that is kind of counter to one of my first pieces of advice, which is get a Nifty Dick and then buy Oceanus. It's like, you get $3 in credits for free with your spell book. Use $2 of that, buy Oceanus. You're not going to regret owning him, even if you're planning on playing in Diamond or Champion League. No, I mean, really, it's kind of a walkthrough on how to actually use Nifty. And I'm not really getting so much into the earning thing. I mean, it's mentioned it is a topic, but yeah, it's because you're right. It is pay to earn. You have to put in to get out. But really, I'm more focusing on, something for players. I might make another article and follow-up video as far as the earning thing, but really, I want to help people get into the game side of things. I feel like, and this is a big part of our conversation with Magic, or with Gathering the Magic, is we don't need more investors. We don't need people who are coming in to earn a return or a profit. We need people that are coming in to play the game. And so that's really what I'm focusing on, is especially with Nifty having decks that people can borrow. to really kind of get in and get a feel for things. I'm in my own Discord. I will give you a link in the chat in just a moment. What's good, Askew? Welcome, welcome. Can you hear me? I do not hear you. Are you possibly muted?
Possibly. I think that it works now. Yeah.
Yep, I hear you now. How you doing, bud?
I'm very good, and you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on some things for new players. If you want to focus on the gameplay aspect, I think you should start with the basics, like first row, second row, reach, distance, attackers, taunt, stuff like this.
Yes, Scotty, that is Askew Cutie. And yeah, that's definitely solid. So I'll actually run you through what I've got so far. So you just joined Splinterlands, got your spellbook. What's next? You have a few options, but I recommend starting with a deck from Nifty Arcade. Got the link to it and whatnot. And then just kind of going through the process of signing up, getting a deck and whatnot. And then, yeah, I guess the next place to go from there would really be how the game works, getting everything set, where your monsters go, everything like that. Solid points. And then we could go into the economy side of things after that. Because, I mean, yeah, free shit, you're absolutely right. Like, it's not free to earn. You will earn for playing, but only if you invest a little bit to, get cards, get SPS. Especially with, the SPS staking requirements coming. What would you say is your biggest tip for new players?
I would say probably recommend a Splinter to start with, so they can get used to the cards and the placement of the cards just for this one Splinter. Because I think in the beginning it's kind of overwhelming. If you have 5 or 6 Splinters you can play with, and every time you use a different setup, and it takes a very long time until you figure out how the different mechanics work. So probably to focus on one, maybe green or blue or whatever.
Yeah, it definitely is a whole lot easier trying to figure out the mechanics of the game when you're not also trying to figure out all of the cards at the same time. Like, just stick with one thing until you figure out how things work, and then you can branch out into the others to figure out your preferred play style, and then that's the point at which you know what you want to start building. Because until you get to that point, you don't know shit.
Yeah, absolutely true. What you could do to support new players is, for example, at the bottom of this of the video or below, kind of, you put 2 things. First would be, let's say for bronze and silver, one of the decks that you would play as a beginner, like the new functionality of peak monsters, so you can already direct them to peak monsters and show them what a great tool this is. It gives them an idea what are the good monsters to play at Splinter. And then probably also I would put some games in there, like clips, probably 1-minute clip I see, like, so this is a good strategy that works for Life Splinter. This is a good strategy that works for the Blue Splinter and so on. So they can watch, they can learn, and already have good teams ready, so they can replicate what you were showing them.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. I'm hope you don't mind. I'm literally taking notes as we talk. So.
Yeah, do. I have the same thing with Dwayne. When I speak with Dwayne, he takes notes and puts them into videos.
And how long have you been playing? I know you've been here for quite a while. When did you get your start in Splinterlands? How did you find it, etc., etc.?
I started with everyone in 21, I think. Well, not everyone, but many of the players that are kind of experienced, they came in when the Untamed set was sold out, and we were starting to wait for Chaos Legion. So that's more or less the point where I got in.
Yeah, so right about the same time as me. I think July or June 2021, yeah. Right before exactly. The SPS airdrop started.
Yeah, unfortunately I missed that. Would have loved to get more of the airdrop, but I knew too few things, so I couldn't set up my investments properly.
Yeah, I was here for the entirety of the airdrop, but I did not understand the implications of DEC for the airdrop. So yep. I kept being a dumbass and taking all the DEC I was earning and putting it into cards. I was like, well, that'll help me earn more DEC, which will help me earn more SPS. I should have just held the fucking DEC. just hold the fucking DEC, take the SPS, sell it into DEC, and just keep stacking the DEC. That's how you get the SPS. I'd be in a hell of a lot better position now if I had done that, but oh well, lessons learned. I'm not unhappy with my SPS stake now.
Yeah, you accumulated quite a stack. That's nice.
Well, most of it actually came from when SPS hit 4 cents back in November. I sold pretty much all of my cards so that I could buy SPS with it. I was like, I know this is probably still going to go down a little bit from here, but as it goes down, so will the cards. And you know what? I don't care. I'm sick and tired of only having 2,000 SPS. It's time to make some moves, and busted myself up to about 13K, and then been stacking up a little bit what I can from there. But
I bought a couple of packs kind of with Drain's Bulk Buy, and this gave me like a good foundation. So on my alt account I probably have 10,000 SPS right now, 11 I think, and the other one just accumulated by staking and reinvesting and everything. It's way over 50 or 60,000 right now.
Oh Jesus, nice.
Yeah, and this is just by airdrops from the packs that I held.
Yeah, I think I held like 4 or 5 packs that I got some airdrops on. But like I never really bought any packs. I was just always, every bit of DEC that I got was going into cards, and then I realized that how ridiculously good the airdrops were on the packs as well, and so like I kept all of the packs that I got, but yeah, I still never really bought any. So that's, you know, I got up to, I think by the time the airdrop finished, I was up to like 1,200. And like I was actually pretty happy with it, because my goal when it started was like, I want to get up to 1,000 SPS. And then we got up there and I was like, yeah, that's not a stopping point. And so I was at like 2,000, maybe 2,500 whenever I sold all my cards and put it into it. And then that got me up to like about 12,000. And then I've just been stacking up what I can from there. And then when the GLX started, for the first while, I was taking like half of my GLX and selling it into SPS, staking that to earn more GLX, because I did learn my lesson from the DEC. but apparently so did the Splinterlands team, and so it was not nearly as efficient getting the GLX, turning it into SPS to get more GLX as it was to, you know, get the SPS and then sell it into DEC to get more SPS. Which on the one hand I'm actually kind of grateful about because, well, I guess the other side of it that got DEC into the trouble that it's in now was the algorithm for production of DEC to try and bring the price down as it went higher, so they just started printing more and more and more and more.
Yeah, it's kind of hyperinflated right now. So let's see where it goes and if we can get the flywheel going. I see SPS very easily going back to $1 in the next bull run, so I'm not worried at all.
Right? Yeah. I just, when I see dollar SPS again, that's when I will consider unstaking and selling some. You know, maybe drop back down to 10K. But the only time I've ever unstaked any up to this point was getting ready for Rift Watchers. So I could get my 50 packs to try and get my guaranteed Osher, and then I didn't get Osher, so, you know, that's my biggest regret as far as SPS, is actually wasting that SPS on 50 packs of Rift Watchers to not get Osher.
Well, you bought them when SPS was at 7 or 8 cents, so I think you made a good deal. All in all, although you didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, because I didn't get the Osher. Like, if I had known that I was 30 seconds too late buying those packs, I would have not gone through with that order. I would have just restaked the SPS or put it into a node or something, because I was also heavily shopping nodes at that point. And like, I would have rather put that somewhere else or just restake it and got the Rift Watchers cards off the market rather than actually buying packs. I don't like packs. Like,
me neither.
I've been given that advice for a long damn time. If you want to improve your deck, don't buy packs. Buy cards. Like, I open the packs that I get from rewards because they're free, and I mean, opening packs is hella fun and it's great content, but I'm not gonna buy packs to open for content because I need to improve my deck. I'm gonna buy singles.
I don't know what you do, but in order to, I mean, I'm running 2 decks, right? I have my main deck, which is my fun deck, and there I'm pretty complete on Chaos Legion and Drift Watchers, so I can really earn nice rewards with it. And then there's the other one, which is basically a bronze deck, and I'm currently renting 3 splinters on gold level, and play it basically. So and this is currently in Diamond 2 with 3 splinters and gold cards. And whenever I get any packs or SPS, what I do is I convert it to DEC just to finance the rentals. And every day I probably earn $1 or $2 on it net after fees. But I can accumulate the new Soulbound reward cards, which are great on Diamond or Gold level. I mean, you get a ton of them.
You're getting a ton of them in Gold and Diamond? I am not.
I do. Let's have a look.
And Rondon, I will happily buy packs to open for content if you want to subsidize it. But yeah, the offer was also open for you, Ron. If you want to hop in the Discord and come on live, you're more than welcome. Walk the Grid, you as well. Scotty Fortune. I mean, the more the merrier. It's a fucking party. Let's go. I heard Kneecap Tony is giving out loans. Yeah, I don't take loans I can't repay. Oh, but I did want to show you something, Ron. I think you might get a kick out of this.
Rick on the Mountain, one of my favorite Splinterlands TV streamers. Make sure you guys go check out that channel if you haven't yet.
I mean,
On the
Ricky
Mountain,
could
one of
have
my
a look
favorite
at
Splinterlands
my
TV streamers.
Soulbound
Make sure you guys
reward cards that I collected over 1.5 seasons now, and the IGN would be Kids World. I'm just looking at them.
Kids World KIDZ.
Yeah, no, KIDS and World. One word. Then you can go to Soulbound.
Yep, I'm already there. You're just on a delay a bit. Ooh, gold Phyrexian Hero, nice. And you got Idri Fire with it as well. Have you played that combo yet?
No, not yet, because I play in Gold and Diamond, and they're not competitive yet.
Bro, you think they're not? They are.
No, not on level 1.
No, I'm telling you, they are. Like, I thought the same. So I actually, after I got them, I had already hit Diamond and Wild with a couple of days left in the season. So I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm just going to have some fun. I'm going to switch over to Modern. I'm going to try these guys out. Since, you know, I'm lower league, I figured I'd be trying them out in Bronze. I switched over to Modern. I was actually in Silver 3. And these two carried me to Diamond.
Interesting.
Yeah, straight up carried me to Diamond from Silver 3 in like 4 hours of game time. And I wrote a blog article about it on the Hive blog. You can check it out up there. You can see every single team that I used along the way, at least the games where I got to play them, because I didn't write about every game. But I got to play them 13 times, and I won 11 of those games. One of them I got timed out as I was entering it, which is why I lost that one. And then there was one of them that I, again, was running out of time, and so I had some monsters in the wrong order, and I lost that one. But yeah, even at level 1, like, that combination is potent.
I like Coastal Sentry a lot. You can see this on 2. I think at level 3 it gets an additional attack. That's amazing.
Yeah, Coastal Sentry I haven't had much opportunity to use, but she's definitely amazing when you do. I can't wait to get Riverboat Captain. I don't have any of him yet.
I don't use him that often. He's quite slow and squishy.
Musa Celine, nice. Don't have that one yet. Don't have Noah either. Oh, you're sitting on a stack of Fungus Flingers. I'm not surprised you didn't level them up, because I know you...
No, I want them to get destroyed quickly.
Yeah. I see the gold level 4 Tenacious Grunt. That's nice. I don't have any of him yet either. I don't have a Thane. A gold Ava. Damn, level 3. Yeah, you've definitely gotten blessed by the RNG a hell of a lot more than me. I have a gold Wily Kaioshin. That's the only gold that I've got. Oh, wait, no, I got a gold Lowland as well. So I've gotten 2 gold so far out of Soulbound reward cards. I don't have a Helios Matriarch. I don't have any Venari Marks Rats.
Yeah, I don't have the Marks Rat on my main either. The main is still a bit better, but of course he gets more champ chests, so that's a bit quicker then.
Yeah, that's a nice little collection. And your gladiators too, like, starting to fill out. I like it. It looks pretty nice.
You can also check the other one that would be the main, which is Louis Nikisa. Yeah, I'm missing this dude, kind of the gold blue one with the opportunity. I'm really looking forward to get him.
I probably spelled that terribly wrong, but
No, it's almost right, but not quite. Louis Nikisa or Louis Nikisa with an I. The last, or the E is an I. Other than that, it's all right.
I guess I didn't guess as badly as I thought I did.
No?
Turn into level 3, nice. I don't have a Pirate Watch Devil. How you liking him?
Who?
The Pirate
I
Watch
haven't
Devil.
used him yet.
Okay.
I haven't used him yet.
Oh yeah, there's your level 4 Coastal Sentry with the 4 attack. Nice. So who are you using most so far?
Coastal Sentry is definitely one I'm using a lot. The Fungus Flinger. The War Pegasus, actually, I'm using. I have it at level 5, which is quite competitive.
Yeah, I see your gold War Pegasus there. That's nice. I've got the regular and only a level 2, but I still use it because that flying and shatter comes in handy. I don't use it all the time, but once in a while. Nice level 5 gold Ravenhood Warden.
Yeah, I'm using him as well. He's really good because of the shield
Oh.
and the Inspire.
All right, now I don't like you. Now I don't like you. A gold
one's a
Drybone
dude.
Raider? I haven't even seen him yet. I'm just messing, obviously. I don't hold it against you, but I am just a little tiny bit jealous of your Drybone Raider. That's an amazing card.
It is. I use him a lot. Also, the Gobson Bomber I use a lot, especially with Jodin or with what's his name, Jacek.
Oh, see, I don't have a Jodin, I hate Yasik, and I don't like Recharge. So I've got a few Gobson Bombers. I don't think No, I have played him once. Going the distance.
Just put him together with the Jodin with this, and you put 2 speeds on him, which means that he gets 5 speed.
But
That
I don't
means that
have
the second-
Jodin.
Yeah, I rent him too. I don't have him. I rent him too for brawls. But then you put him there, and actually he does 9 damage, and then the splash damage. He simply deletes people, and nobody can evade with 5 speed. It's great. It's really good.
I mean, I could see it being powerful at that point, yeah. But yeah, I also don't have any swiftness in fire. I pretty much don't have...
You don't rent because I, for my alt account, I rent the Sinage and I rent the neutral one. What's it? Supply Runner? No.
Yeah, I don't really rent. I don't have really DEC for it. I have Holazor's wild cards because he plays modern, and so I've got most of the deck of the alpha and beta, but everything that he's still using, obviously he still has, and so I've got a couple of things from like Chaos and Rift Watchers, very little from Untamed, but like, yeah, I have a level 1 Supply Runner. I've got like a level 2 Goblin Psychic. Like all the new stuff I just don't have. And so it's, yeah, it's kind of rough, but I managed to make it do and like I said, get up into Diamond on the wild side, and then last season I went ahead and switched over to Modern just to try out the Idri Fire and Phyrexian Hero combo, and ended up finishing Diamond there too, so had my first double Diamond finish. That was pretty dope.
That's nice, yeah.
But yeah, you've definitely got a very nice selection going on there. I wish I could get that kind of attention from the RNG gods myself.
How many chests do you get on a daily basis?
I shoot for 10. I'm usually somewhere in that area. Like right now, I'm at 9. Yesterday, I got 2 because I kind of screwed up and I concentrated too much on tournaments and playing on the test server to, play test Lily a little bit. I kind of forgot about ranked and suffered for it, which is why my ECR is so high right now. But 211 Fog of War.
Yeah, I do the same. Like 10 per day is probably it. But it makes a difference if you have some silver and gold in the mix, or if you're just getting diamond and champ chests. So that's why. It's not necessarily RNG, it's also the numbers.
Yeah. I'm basically gold for dailies, diamond for seasons. And then I'm very much looking forward to, when that changes to the point where I don't even have a 1 day of silver because of the changes that they're making to the rating system.
Yeah, I'm curious how this is going to play out. It looks nice on paper.
I'm pretty stoked about it overall. I mean, I know there's going to be some complaints. You're never going to please everybody, but overall, I feel like it's a pretty solid change, and I think it's going to work out pretty well. Yeah. Fog of War, so I don't need Phantom of the Abyss in the back. Yep, we can send that just like that. Beautiful. I mean, I feel like overall it adds a lot to, because I feel my biggest thing with the season reset was you finally get into tier 1 of whatever league that you're in, and then when you go back down, then at the beginning of the season, then you're dealing with all of the leaderboard players from there, and it's just the matchmaking in those first couple of days gets so ridiculous. So that's one of the things that I really like about it. I feel like it's going to be better overall because of that, and I mean, I am absolutely getting smashed here. He had 3 magic reflectors up front.
Yeah, but who is renting Arius? I mean,
maybe he owns Arius. I mean, but yeah, Arius is definitely a very powerful summoner, so I probably would have lost to him even if it wasn't a perfect counterplay with 3 magic reflectors on the front line. So what about you? What other games do you play? Are you Splinterlands Maxi? Do you mess around? Obviously Splinter Forge kind of rolls into the same bucket, but do you do anything else?
more like the regular PlayStation 5 games.
Oh, okay.
I finished Hogwarts Legacies. I think that was fun. I loved to read the books when I was probably 20, so yeah, it's fun to be able to walk through Hogwarts Castle, and I really enjoyed that. The story as well is nice, and to try out all the spells, that was really fun. So yeah, other than that, I have a family, I have 2 jobs, so there's not much time next to Splinterlands and probably some PlayStation.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense as well. I enjoy the Harry Potter franchise. There was one game that came out on mobile that I tried. I forget what it was even called, but I didn't really care for it. As you can probably guess by the fact that I can't remember the name of it. But it was just, like, unimpressive, honestly. And then, like, I enjoyed the movies, I enjoyed the books, but that was really my only game with it. I'm not too much on the consoles, actually. I'm more of pretty much the Web3 is pretty much all I do. I do have a few other games for, you know, kicks and giggles and whatnot, but it's all like computer stuff or mobile. I haven't had a console in a long time. I do have a old school Nintendo over there in the closet at the moment. That's meant as a gift for somebody. But it's gonna be a little while before I can deliver that. But aside from that, like, yeah, I'm mostly just computers. I like the controls better. I'm pretty much worthless with a joystick. I can do like racing games on consoles and whatnot, but as far as like a first-person shooter trying to aim with a joystick, I'm helpless. And
you mean gamepad, not joystick, isn't it? Well, because joystick is kind of 80s, isn't it?
Thumbstick, whatever, like, yeah, I don't even know what the proper terminology is for it because, yeah, I just don't care for them.
I see.
But, like, and I enjoyed the old school consoles, but yeah, like, when N64 came out and it had that, you know, 3-pronged controller with the thumbstick in the middle, it was like, that was kind of the beginning of me losing interest in console gaming. And then, you know, as I kept growing up and realized that, you know, every 5 years, all my friends have to, you know, go out and get a whole new console, whereas every 5 years I can just upgrade my computer and all of my games, I've still got them. I don't have to go rebuy everything or, you know, worry about bust out this console and connect it so that I can play my old school games and then gotta switch everything over. Computer's just so much easier. And yeah, I understand that, you know, the capabilities of the consoles, because they are purpose built, are higher, but I don't care about graphics that much. I never have, and I never will. Like, it's all about the gameplay for me. I like pretty graphics, but I couldn't care less. Like, that's, you know, why it's so easy to fall in love with a game like Splinterlands or like the Soul Keep Tower Defense that's coming. Like, I really don't care what it looks like as long as it plays well. If it looks great and plays like trash, I hate it. If it plays great and looks like trash, I love it. So, like, I respect the consoles and I love what they've done for the gaming industry overall, but as far as me, like, I'm very much on the computer side of things. And that was actually one of the things I really loved about Diablo 3 was the fact that they came out with the ability to, like, I can be on my computer and I can be playing with you while you're on your PlayStation and our other friend on his Xbox. We can all play together. That's dope.
True.
What is your favorite game that you've ever played?
Ooh. That's difficult.
I don't always throw softballs.
That's difficult. I think I really enjoyed the Uncharted series. I don't know if you know that. There's been a movie about this too.
I know of them. I'm not, like, super familiar with it, so I'm not gonna, like, pretend that I know all about it or whatnot, but it's definitely one that I've heard of before and I know was super popular. What was it about that series that you liked so much?
It's that you jump into the role as a treasure hunter and and you discover beautiful places, like mostly Caribbean or Africa or kind of snowy mountain things, and you look for clues and treasures, and just it's like a big treasure hunt. And it's nicely done. The conversations are meaningful and fun. The stories are really cool, and it's just epic. Kind of it's like walking through a book. You don't read the book, you just walk through it. And it's all nicely done. And the kind of, especially the last two games, because it's a series of a couple of games, I don't know, I think there were 4 in total, plus an extra with some side characters that they produced. It just looked stunning, and it was a lot of fun to kind of to play through actually a story that you would normally read or watch a movie about.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty cool. For me, it's I can't really pick one out of them, but yeah, it's the Diablo franchise. Like, I even after seeing all of the negative press about Diablo Immortal and whatnot, and I have kind of seen the ridiculous microtransactions in there. They're definitely it's a money grab in all the worst senses of the word, and yet at the same time it's like I can't not find out what happened to the world of Sanctuary. I have to play it through. I'm not gonna try and get serious on it. I'm not gonna try and go for a leaderboard. I'm not gonna spend money on it, but I have to play it through and at least like play through the storyline one time just to keep up with what's going on. And I am so fucking stoked for Diablo 4. Oh my god. Like I'm probably gonna have to get a whole new computer when that comes out. It was like when Diablo 3 came out, I was at the midnight release. I'd already pre-ordered it, everything like that, waiting at GameStop for like 3.5 hours before they opened, hanging out with my buddies and whatnot. Midnight comes around, grab my copy, go home, install it, and it takes a couple hours for all the additional downloads and everything like that. And then I go to start it and my heart breaks because my graphics card cannot run the damn game. So it took like 4 more months before I was able to play it at all. And by that time, the Real Money Auction House had died. Like, one of the biggest things I was super excited about was, you can sell in-game items for real money on the auction house. Like, I can actually turn my passion for gaming into a career. And then, by the time I actually got to play it, that was already dead. And I mean, that was even before Web3 was really taken off with the gaming and whatnot, or at least before I had heard anything about it. And so I had been super excited, then watched it die before I could take part in it, and was super bummed, but still loved the game and played the ever-living shit out of it. And then from there moved on, and once
That's heartbreaking that you had to wait 4 months until you could play it, and then the whole economy already moved further, or moved on. Wow.
Yeah, it was definitely rough, but I mean, what are you gonna do? It's that's the way that things go. Sometimes you luck out, sometimes you miss out, and I still love the shit out of that game. And I mean, hell, I did a stream. I think it was in December, probably mid or early December. I actually did a stream. It went like 12.5 hours because I went from character creation until Diablo was dead in the original Diablo. And it was so much fun. But, and again, that's like, I don't care about the graphics. Original Diablo looks like shit. It was amazing when it came out, which is just, a testament to how much better games look now. But it looks like shit, but it was still fun. Played it through, and like every once in a while I'll do a stream where I, instead of doing all the Web3 stuff, I'll do Diablo for a little while, or I'll do like Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Those are the only other games I've got on my computer currently, but it's like, even that better looking stuff, like I can't run it on my computer, and let alone try and stream it. Like I did play a couple of games of Spider Tanks and whatnot with Jim, just testing it out and whatnot. And yeah, I don't think that I can stream that game. I can't stream marbles for giveaways. Like I can run it off stream, but if I try to do it on stream, everything crashes. Like I got black screen and nothing being transmitted. No bueno.
Yeah, like you said, every now and then you have to update your PC to stay on top of kind of the current requirements for games.
Yeah, and right now I don't have a gaming PC. Like my PC did die, but it lasted from, like, I got it a couple of days before Windows 7 was dropped. So because I had Vista, and I had a free upgrade to 7 once it came out. But then my fiance at that time lost the receipt, and so I had no proof of purchase to get my free upgrade. So I was still running on Vista, and that was all the way up until like 2.5 years ago. And that computer finally died in a move. Like it fell over in the truck and whatnot, and just that physical shock was too much. I was not able to get it back. I probably could if I was more inclined on the hardware side and like more able to take everything apart and completely rebuild it. But what I'm playing on right now is basically a hand-me-down laptop. I've got 2 monitors set up for it and everything like that, but it's definitely not a prime piece of machinery. But I ain't about to complain either, because, my fiance got it for me, and, like, she got it for me, I think, January 4th of last year, and January 5th was the first time I streamed. It was like, as soon as that happened, it was like, okay, boom, it's on, let's go.
Oh, that's nice.
Do I go with the Arbalest here, or do I go Halfling Alchemist Peacebringer, Herbalist Peacebringer? I feel like 2 monsters is going to be better than Arbalest. No, not Herbalist.
It's kind of hard farming those diamond chests if you just have a gold deck, because you get so much less RP.
I mean, most of my cards are maxed. It's just, like, my biggest problem is I don't have Chaos Legion and Rift Watchers. Like, I've got all the old stuff maxed, but not having those, the newer cards is why I've pretty much mostly been staying in gold and then just going diamond at the end of season. Because it's a lot harder to compete in Diamond without having the options. But as long as Cyclops survives the first turn or two, gets 1 or 2 heals in, I think we'll be all right here. Alright, is opponent gonna flee? I'll take a free win. I will take the free win. Yes, Walk the Grid. I do need a new video card. Actually, just a whole new computer. But oh damn, I still have creamer left and I have no coffee. Do you have a favorite Splinterlands memory?
Just let me have a sec. I need to put together a team.
Gotcha.
It's probably a bad idea. I still try it.
Don't you love those?
It was a good idea actually. Win 100%. I think, yeah, I have one. I think it was in one of the, where was it? Was it a brawl or a tournament? I don't know if you remember the guy Oldman.
Yep.
And he wanted to do big things in Splinterlands, especially on the tournament side. And what he had up and running was like a guild brawl, but just the best players of the top guilds competing against each other. I think in a silver tournament. And you had to go through a qualifier. And actually, you needed to be the best one in the guild to be nominated. And two things around this qualifier. First thing was, I don't know who it was. Was it Bubkey or kind of one of the real, or Ola Ocean or some of those OGs with all the cards in the world? And somehow I managed to beat him with a very weird combination. And I was really surprised that it worked and that he actually played what I thought he would play. So although I had not as many cards or the same cards, but he lost to me. So putting it I don't remember the game exactly, but let's imagine you play a Tarsa with level 2 cards against a Kitty level 4 with all the max cards. It was a game like this, and I still won because the strategy was better. So I was really, really pumped about this. And I managed to qualify as the best in TNA to represent TNA in the big tournament. And then what happened was amazing. I mean, Dwayne, for a whole season, he delegated all his cards to me. And all the other guildies who had some spare cards at good levels, I needed to compete in silver. So they all delegated me their best cards, and I could practice one season just with those cards to be as competitive as I could be. And in the end, I became quite competitive, like being top 5 in Silver League for months, together with Weiwei and Schnapoon and some others. So I think this was an amazing experience, just to be part of a guild, and everybody was so supportive and everybody was celebrating when I did well, and it was just cool. To be honest, that was so much fun.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. And I knew that you were a damn good player, but I didn't know all of that. Like, that's bully for you, man.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but I moved on from Silver a couple of months back when they announced the new SPS rewards in Champ. But since then, I've lost touch a bit. I still compete in Silver with my alt, and I'm doing well. Normally it's either end O or end 1. But I lost a bit touch to the meta in Silver. It's really, really, really competitive, and very good players are playing in Silver.
Yeah,
most people underestimate this.
It's definitely a different world. Like when you start reaching the high ranks in any one league, it's definitely a totally separate thing from, you know, climbing up throughout that league, or even, you know, being in the low ranks of the next league, or even the middle ranks of the next league. Like, I've never been a leaderboard player. I've never even really been close. I think the closest I've been is like 140 something. And, you know, there was a point at which, like, I thought about it. I was like, you know, I'm actually not that far away from the leaderboard for gold. Should I go for that or push into diamond? And then, like, 3 days later, I'm at exactly the same elo, and I'm like another 50 spots down the leaderboard, and it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm just not making the leaderboard. Like, that's just not gonna happen. Like, I've got a lot of respect for the people who can play at that level, because I'm definitely not there. Like, I'm checking in my tournaments here, and 16-5 and 13-6, and both of those are the best I've done in a long time. This one was actually 13-0.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, 13-0, and then I lost the last 6.
It happens. It happens. It happened to me the other day in a champ too. I went, I think it was 14 or 15-0, and then I lost 5. In the end, I ranked, I think it was 6th or so, but still, it's kind of disappointing.
So, do you know this crypto gamer platform?
No.
Because, like, that's I saw these tournaments, and I'm in them and whatnot, and there was another one that I did the other day, where I, you know, came in 51 to 100, so I got my 5 DEC back, and then plus 5 DEC in Crypto Gamers Lightning Wallet. But honestly, I don't know anything about Crypto Gamers Lightning Wallet, except that I have some DEC in there, and I'm about to get some more. So...
No, I don't know anything about this. Well, coming back to leaderboard, probably this is also interesting to many of the people who are listening right now. It's, if there's a difference being leaderboard, meaning top 40 or top 30, and being top 5.
Oh yeah.
Most people don't know this, but you can reach top 40 relatively easily with relatively low win rate. Let's say, I don't know, probably 55-60%, and you can be top 40. No problem. The problem or the challenge comes when you aim for top 10, because then your win rate needs to be above 80, 82, 85.
I'm just still wrapping my head around the fact that you said relatively low win rate, and then you said 55 to 60%. Like, 55-60% to me is amazing, and I obviously I knew that's not going to get you like top of the leaderboard, but yeah, no, 55 to 60% is a pretty darn good win rate, and yeah. That's not going to get you even close to top 10.
When I was competing, I had streams where I had a 98% win rate.
Yeah, I can't imagine that. Like, my kind of running gag is I start every stream by losing 3 games.
Yeah.
And it's not like I'm doing it intentionally or anything like that. That just seems to be pretty much how it goes. Like, I start a stream, I'm lose my first 3 games. It doesn't always happen, but more often than not. And
it's like warm-up games.
Yeah, but it's really hard to get a 90% win rate when you start off down 3.
No, it's actually impossible, and that's also why I was so frustrated with bots when I came to champ. I was pretty decent, but then when bots came in, like the first times Archmage was so dominant with Shroud, Star Shroud I think is his name. I mean, you're really good, and then you just lose against someone who has a database which is just bigger than your head.
Yeah.
So I got really frustrated also in champ. That's why I'm not playing. I'm not playing, I'll let a bot play. And I'm just playing my brawls.
So where do you fall on bots? Are you
I hate them.
you hate them, but you're running them?
No, I would be the first one to start playing again, 100%. Once everybody does it, but if you can't beat them. And I have like I said, I have a full Chaos Legion deck, I have a full Rift Watcher deck, maxed, both. And I still can't win against the bots, because they come up with very weird, but mathematically calculated and based upon thousands of games and matches and whatnot, setups. You can't beat them consistently, and when I say consistently, I mean 80% plus win rate.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. I'm not anti-bot. I'm anti-bot farm. Like my one of my minis is running on a bot right now as well. But I also come from the point of view that, number one, we can't get rid of bots. I mean, look at every other game that's on the internet. Like, bots are banned in all of them, and yet they're still there. So we can't get rid of them. It's not feasible. We could severely decrease them by, adopting a stance that they're not allowed and whatnot. But at the same time, like, I understand and I respect where Aggie and Matt are coming from, that they want it to be a truly decentralized game. But also, like, if we were to somehow magically flip a switch and get rid of all the bots today, there would be no game, because there are not enough players to actually have a match without bots. Like, it's a necessary evil at this point in order for the game to be playable the way we know it. So, I mean, it's definitely not without downsides, that's for sure. But I feel like there's still, the game can't run as it is without them yet. And that, hopefully will change over time as we get more players in. But also, that is kind of the worst part about getting new players in, because not only do they have to learn the game, they have to learn the game against those same bots, and in a situation where it's even harder to beat the bots, because at least, like, in Champion, you've got a wide range of mana choices that could happen. You've got a wide range of rule sets that can happen, and you got 2 or now 3 rule sets that you got to play around. That makes it more difficult on the bots. But in Novice, when you first come in and you're first, learning the game, not only do you not know these cards, you don't know these abilities, but you're going up against bots that have a perfect play pattern, and they've got a whole lot less that they have to work around, because there's no rule sets, and it can only go from 12 to 20 mana or whatever it is. Like, it's a lot more difficult to get through Novice against those bots and whatnot. So, like, I don't want to be the fence sitter, but I do firmly have one foot planted on each side of that conversation, because I see the benefits and I see the pitfalls, and it's not an easy problem, but it's definitely a problem.
Yeah. No, I don't agree with you. I respect you for your opinion. 2 things I want to discuss upon. First one is, in like what you experience or just described for Novice, it's the same problem you have in Champ. Yes, you have a lot more variety in decks, in rule sets, in mana available, and so on. But still, those X-bots or Archmage, they are so specialized and they have such a big database that you almost always lose against those setups. So it's the same frustrating situation people in novice face. Although you're a good player, if you're a good player, if you're a very good player or just a mediocre player, you will still lose against them. So it's the same frustration that brought me to the point where I said, you know what, I let a bot play my account.
Yeah, yesterday there was a period towards the end of my stream where I ended up facing the same bot farm 6 times in 8 games. And so then I went back through the history, because you can see the last 20 games, and it was 9 out of 20 games were the same bot farm. I was like, that's just insane.
It is. And the other thing which you spoke about is not having enough players to maintain reasonable waiting times on the games. I think, yeah, if we don't change anything, you might be right. I'm not convinced that this would be the case, but what the Splinterlands team is currently thinking about for novice, meaning that they are going to put easy to play against bots into the game. I think they could do this on all levels just to counter this lack of opponents for every league. So let's say every 3rd game or every 2nd game you get a freebie, more or less. I don't see this as a big problem, to be honest.
I mean, I'm not necessarily arguing against that either. I don't hate the idea, but there are people, especially after this last change being made to the ratings and how much you drop at the end of each season, there are people complaining about ratings inflation, and so they would be up in arms about free wins like that. I don't really understand why people are upset about ratings inflation. I feel like, in all honesty, the grind is difficult enough trying to move up in power or in your combat rating. Like, I don't actually see a problem there myself, but I'm well aware that there are others who do, particularly Bulldog. Has definitely kind of been vocal on that on more than one occasion. So I know that there would be some pushback to that as well, but I don't necessarily hate the idea. I'm just saying that, like, while we have something along the lines of 120,000 daily active accounts, I would be willing to bet that we're not over 20,000 daily active players. So some of those accounts are going to be people who are playing multiple accounts by hand, because I know that is something that happens. But a lot of those are bot farms and people who are, have a couple of accounts, like myself. I've got 3 accounts. One of them is just my rentals. One of them is my main that I play by hand, and one of them is on Xbot. So I know that there are some number of people who are in a similar boat to myself, have maybe 1 or 2 accounts on a bot. Some people that are in a situation like yourself, where you have 1 main account that's on a bot, maybe a couple of others. Some people that literally only have 1 account that they usually play by hand, but they have the bot just to keep it from hitting 100%. And then you've got some people that have 10,000 fucking accounts that they're just botting the shit out of. So I know that there is that gradient, but I would be willing to bet that, if we did something somehow, some way to magically get rid of the bots overnight, we would have less than 15,000 players. And I think that would cause problems with being able to get a match. So that's all, like, where I'm coming from on that. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, because, yeah, obviously they are coming out with that solution of the kind of easy bots in Novice, and I hope that works out really well. And if so, then I hope that is something that they could relatively easily kind of expand throughout the game to deal with that issue. And then there would be a little bit more legitimate possibility of trying to actively get rid of a lot of the bots. But like as of it right now, I feel like not like there's what they're saying in terms of they want the game to be accessible to all. If you buy the spell book, they want you to be able to play and whatnot. And then there is you have to own or at least rent some assets in order to be able to extract value. But on a further note than that, I feel like right now, even if they could get rid of things, we really couldn't, because it would be a kind of grinding halt to the actual game functionality, and that would be the beginning of the end.
I'm even more pessimistic. You're saying 15,000. I think we're between 3,000 and 5,000 active players right now, real players.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it's that low either, but I don't know the numbers well enough to make a claim that specific. That's why I tend to generously ballpark it. I would bet that we're between 10 and 15,000. It would not surprise me at all if we're lower than that. I say 20 as the absolute ceiling.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. I want to get rid not only of the bot farms, like you said, because they are extracting value, but also just for the fun part of it, of the high level bots. And here I'm mostly speaking about high diamond and gem, because it just takes the fun out of the game. I first realized this when I was seeing one of Aftersound stream together with Darkest Night. And those two, they're really into the game. They love playing the game. And when I heard that Darkest Night is letting a bot play, or Luthien letting a bot play, I said like, no. Kind of, we're at a state where people who are really fans of the game don't want to play anymore just because it's no fun. And this is also when I thought about my personal strategy, because I was experienced the same thing. So I'm even more critical than you, not only against the farms, but against the high level bots as well, although I'm using one as well. But I would be happily see the value of my token go to 0 and have no bots, and start playing again, than having them around and let my bot play. But yeah, the solution needs to be carefully crafted, and as you said, probably over time. But
Yeah,
my only concern is that the team currently is not taking this seriously. Like they don't see that it's a problem, but it's a serious problem.
I wouldn't say that they don't see that it's a problem. I would say that they have made their stance clear that they recognize that it is a problem, and that it's not like they're not recognizing it. It's not like they refuse to acknowledge it, but that to address it officially is outside of their vision for the game. And that's something that, I know you're not the only person who disagrees with. There's a lot of people who do. And I mean, yes, they did. Matt said that they are able to identify the bots, and so they would be able to get rid of them fairly easily. And then there was, it was put up to another question in the town hall, and Aggie said, go ahead and make a proposal about it, and if it passes, then we'll do it. And then a proposal was put up there, and it didn't even make it into the actual proposal voting. So, like, yeah, it's
I mean, I'm not surprised because, I mean, just of who is benefiting from all the botting. It's the OGs with the big decks and the renters. If the bots are gone, then the income is going down. So that's why. And very plain and simple. Tragic, but yeah, it's like it is.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely part of it as well. I do feel like the economy would take a significant hit if bots were gone, and then I think that it would recover stronger, but it would definitely be a significant hit, and it wouldn't be like a super quick recovery. It would probably take a while. So I don't know. That part is very kind of tough to envision because there's just so many moving parts and so many variables that would actually go into it. So I could definitely see positives and negatives coming out of it, both short and long term. And I mean, yeah, I would like to see a way where is less of a bot problem. I feel like because yeah, it is there's definitely separate problems there. There is the problem of the thousands of accounts extracting value. There is the problems of the bots making every level of play less fun. And then there's also the problem of like bots in tournaments and brawls. And I'm glad that there is at least kind of a hard line stance on we don't want bots in tournaments and brawls, even though a solution has not necessarily been put forth yet. Like Weirdbeard has absolutely put his foot down and said, no, I hate the bots in tournaments and brawls. And I do like the fact that Nifty is very anti-bot, and that was part of Splinterlands deciding to, work with them and do the 500,000 packs and whatnot. And so I do see that there are steps being made in the right direction as far as that whole conversation. But you're right. It's, steps, and it's a long journey. It's a big problem that really needs to be tackled if it's going to be, any progress made at all. So while there have been steps made, they are kind of baby steps, and I would like to see some actual ground being covered.
Mm. Yeah, let's see how everything evolves. I think what is going to occupy a lot of minds is when land comes out and people can start working on this and shifting their focus over there, and also more cards are going to be deployed on land. I think this is going to be fun for a couple of weeks at least, and let's see kind of how this is going to change the whole system, because this will have a big impact. When is this going to land? Do you know?
Sometime next year. I mean, what?
No. I mean, they can reveal stuff and you can kind of start doing things, but I'm not in
that should be sometime next month. I'm gonna guess late next month, but the surveying was planned for end of Q1, I believe, or it might be Q2, which would be sometime within the next 4 months. So the surveying, I do expect that we're going to see sometime soon. But as far as even the staking of your cards on it, I don't think it's going to be for at least 6 to 9 months. And I don't expect to see any kind of actual land gameplay within a year. And I mean, it's unfortunate to say that. I wish that wasn't the case. Even as a non-landowner, like when land. Because I want to see our economy working the way it's supposed to. I want to see that flywheel in effect, and that pretty much requires land. So I'm excited to see this 1 DEC additional fee coming in to burn some DEC. I've been calling for that for a while. I do feel like they probably could have done it better by making it percentage based rather than a flat 1 DEC, but I don't care. The fact that it's getting burned is good enough for me. So we'll see how that goes. but I want to see the economy actually working, and it was built for land, so we really need to see land. And it looks like Splinterlands TV is back on now. I guess we did not have more, but I am gonna go ahead and wrap it up and raid on over into there. I will go ahead and give you final words, though, if you have anything else you would like to say.
I'm good. Was very nice to be on your stream and to chat. And yeah, we can do this more often if we want to.
Absolutely. Like I was telling Gathering, I'm usually in the voice chat and have the mic hot and ready to go and speak to anyone at any time. So you are more than welcome whenever you would like. Swing by, say hey, and if I'm not in there, then just hop up in the chat and be like, hey, what the fuck?
Perfect. Have a good one.
Thank you, you as well. And all of y'all that are watching, as always, I have been Rick, you've been on the mountain. It has been a wonderful time. When we get over into Splinterlands TV, I will go ahead and drop the link for you. Please click it to make sure that your views count for the channel. And for those of you who might be watching on the replay, go ahead and smash that like, share, chat, all that algorithmic goodness, and I will catch you on the flip side. Keep kicking ass, because you are fucking awesome.